Hello, everybody. Phenomenal Sir here, back with another co-op legendary run of Halo, the Master Chief Collection with Legate Lanius Jr. Now, we are not yet quite into the call. I think Legate is doing his intro right now, but we are going to be picking up right where we left off in last week's episode, starting level 5, if I'm not mistaken. So there are 10 levels in Halo Combat Evolved, and our aim is going to be to beat levels 5 through 7 tonight. So what we're going to do is I'm going to just kind of like chill here. If people want to come in and chat, I'm here to chill and chat. Get my stuff pulled up so that I can kind of see what people are saying and monitor my stream, because Calrea is passed the F out in the other room. And yeah, then, you know, as soon as Legate's ready, we're gonna rock and roll. So hopefully, if you're watching this now, or if you're watching it in the future, whenever you're watching it, thanks for being here. And I hope that you're having a great time. Hope that you've had a great day, great evening, great morning, great life. So yeah, anyway, I got this pulled up. I'm gonna stream this bad boy on 160p quality. I don't need to really see what I'm doing. I just need to see what people are saying. And there we go. Log in real quick. Hopefully I don't dox myself. Nope. Let's play ball. Oh, Griff Ball's stupid. I don't like Griff Ball. So, last time we did a bunch of levels, and I got a lot of achievements. And as a result, I got a lot of cool stuff that I could do to, or that I could unlock with my little season points. This stuff is all right up Legate's alley, honestly. All this, like soldiery shit. I'm not wild about the look of that stuff. I'm not wild about the elite stuff. Kind of like that. I like the ODST stuff, but part of that's just because I like ODST, right? So, there we go. I can get my overlay pulled up. Interesting. I used to like, back on Halo Reach, I had the mechanical arm and all that fun shit. I don't know if that's still even available anymore, honestly. Wake up. Romeo, helmet off. There we go. That's what I need to be buying, right? All this old stuff. Military police helmet. Interesting. Lots of fun things to buy. So I guess you just like actually have to buy this stuff in here now. You can't like unlock it in the game like you used to be able to. I guess they had like the career points or whatever back in the day. Interesting. So where's the one where I can... Oh, there it is. Recon. Dutch. Yeah, there we go. This is the ODST stuff. This is what I want to unlock. I want to get some of that good dare. Is that all of it? That's all of it? It's not very good. It's not very good. Okay. Well, our buddy hasn't... Give me that sweet lurk. Hey, Tierna, thank you so much for the lurk. We're just waiting on Legate right now to jump in, so we're kind of just looking around and chilling at the moment. But we'll be jumping in just a minute. Yeah, I see him. I'm gonna join him. I'm gonna rush him. Here we go. He is the session game leader. There we go. Challenge hub. Can I just make my thing say sir? Sir. Oh my god, 110 avatars. Who is this fool? Scientist. Just a random scientist. Locked. Oh, because I haven't played these games, probably. Okay. Nah. I don't know. I had to do something, right? Um. I need a number that looks like a letter R is what I need. But they don't give me that. Oh, I can just do it. Oh, okay. Oh, it's alphanumeric. Duh. Okay. There we go. Sir. I'm so stupid. Dear God. Help me. Help me. Well, that's a pretty cool one. Just waiting on Legate. Okay. So these are all just going to be... Yeah, these are all going to be locked. Not very good. Oh, these are the good ones. Okay, I was going to say, they're not very good ones. On the 14th of any month. Okay. Yeah, we'll get on that. Guess I'll go with this one. Just because it looks cool. Granted for something special. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Alright now. We've been here for 10 minutes. Let's go. 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 I'm bored. Let's go. Hey, go, 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 go. I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. Hey, Plundex, how are you doing? I'm just singing about how bored I am, waiting on Legate to get ready so we can play some Halo. How are you doing today? Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're doing well. Whoa. That's what I want. I want the HazOps. No, I want the HazOps ODST helmet. So I gotta get to tier 38. Day was okay. It was kind of... I had a little bit of trouble getting stuff done today. Had a work meeting that ran really, really long in the morning, and it kind of ate up most of my afternoon as a result. I see you, sir. Meh. How was your day, Plundex? Hopefully, it was a good one. Healthy day. Happy day. Safe day. Let's go. All right. Hello. Yo yo, how you
What's up,
doing?
man?
Not a whole lot, just chilling. Been
Did you do? Are you on? Are you live?
I am in your party right now.
In your
Live
party?
live on Twitch in your roster right now. Waiting.
All right. Yes, I am ready to go.
All right.
Let's see.
Good luck to you, Plunbex.
Drupal, what's up? That's okay. Thanks for stopping by anyway. Uh, so yeah, like I took a second to like really kind of choreograph the intro
Mm-hmm.
with like a a starting screen for a couple minutes with some background music, and then the like seamlessly fading into the video that I made,
Mm-hmm.
which went off without a hitch. But then, like, once the video ended, I didn't have anything right placed, so
Ah.
I was kind of like scrambling for a second.
I figured you just had like 75 people in there and you were going through and individually greeting everyone one by one.
Oh yeah, yeah, because there's gonna be 75 people in this stream.
I know it.
Uh,
That's your affiliate celebration stream.
oh yeah. Let's see. Oh, uh, Platty, can you hear? Can you hear Ben?
Bo.
Oh, I gotta add your. Give me 1 second. I gotta add your face to my stream. I gotta put that transparent one that you put that you sent me. Where's it at? Don't panic, head. There it is.
Theft 10 panic. I will indeed, Plunbex. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna be really careful not to talk during the cinematics.
I mean, I'd say let's just stream and play, and whatever happens happens. I'm not worried about it. Like it was my main issue is that I gotta learn the digital plumbing shit that I was trying to do before. So
Mm-hmm.
once I have that, I'll be more happy. I'm just more like I just want to have fun and play right now. I'm not worried about like, oh no, like don't talk
The
because
artistry, the artistry. Right.
But it was quite a journey making the video. Like I've used Premiere before, but I got to learn some new tricks of the trade going through some of our content.
That's cool.
What'd you think of it?
I liked it. My only note about it would be that around the I guess it was around the 3 minute mark when it fades to black. Um, it went on just long enough that I was like, "Is the video ending?" And then it
That.
started up again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was the only thing was I was like, "Is it over?" And then it da, 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 da. I was like, "Oh, okay, it's still going."
Yeah, I knew that was gonna be a thing, and I was fine with it. I knew I was like, I'm pushing it here. People are probably just gonna say, "Oh, the video must be over,"
Mm-hmm.
but I wanted just that extra little bit of suspense.
Well, there you go. Then it's not a bug; it's a feature, right?
Exactly.
There you
Exactly.
go.
So let me get the chat on the screen. All right. Yes, you are right there. Very cool. All right, we're just gonna play. Let's go.
Alrighty.
So.
I'm gonna turn you up a bit too, so people can hear you. Hopefully.
Cool. And why is my controller not?
I was looking at the career rewards while I was waiting for you, and I'm like, oh, this is all Legate stuff right here. 100%.
What did it say?
Say what?
What did it say?
The rewards that you can unlock for this season are all like Roman soldier stuff. Like the very first reward you unlock is like a Spartan helmet, but it's like
Yeah.
a Master Chief helmet that is actually like a Spartan helmet.
Yeah, no, I saw they made like a whole video for that, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, I'm all over this.
I think I earned like 20 career points. I haven't spent them yet though. I don't know what I want to spend them on.
Why is my... Actually, maybe this thing is in the game. I don't know why my freaking controller's not getting picked up right now.
I guess you're gonna have to play with a mouse and keyboard like a filthy casual.
Hell no. Absolutely not.
Like a
not gonna lie.
filthy casual.
Yeah. Actually, let me do this.
Honestly, I'm trying real hard to like this season's rewards, but it feels less like a fun little like medieval throwback and more like they did a partnership with World of Warcraft. Like literally the armor, like because just the styling of it, it looks very last gen in the graphics quality. And I'm like, this looks like some shit out of World of Warcraft.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to anybody who listens. You know.
Were you talking about World of Warcraft?
I was saying that I really wanted to like the medieval themed armor, but that the graphical quality of it, like, it seems a lot less um, robust than what you've seen in Halo in the past. So it kind of makes it look like World of Warcraft armor or like Dauntless armor that they're just doing a partnership with Halo right now.
Okay.
Just my usual complaining.
Alright. I'm ready. Let's fucking go.
Let's do it.
Resume. Play as co-op? Yes. No. What happened there? Play as co-op? Play as co-op? Yes. Alright.
Alright.
We are back. How was your week, man?
Week was busy. Not as bad as last week, but...
You got a cocktail right now?
Say what?
Do you got a cocktail right now?
I have an adult beverage.
Okay.
My second of the evening. What about you?
Nice. Yeah, I got a Heath and Dyson, some kind of German beer.
Okay.
It is pretty delicious.
I got a rum and coke. I'm trying. Oh no, that's actually a really good quote. Plunbex pulled up a quote that said, "Oh no, I'm a thirsty boy." I'm trying to enjoy this rum and coke that's made with Kraken because that was literally the only dark rum that the store had when we went.
Okay.
Because supply issues are still a thing. Well, I'm dead. So this time, Fohammer, you're terrible. You put us in a bad location.
I'm just wondering if I'm gonna die more this time around than I did last time around.
Well, I will have you know, sir, I was going back through afterwards, like looking on Steam, and I legit got an achievement called He's Invincible, where I took no damage from an enemy at all in one of the stages we played. And I'm like, and yet I died 19 times in every stage.
Yeah.
So I got pistol whipped so many times.
Oh, don't get meleeed. Watch out.
For some reason, I've only got one health right now. Did you turn on a skull? Is there a skull on that just sets us to always have no health?
No.
That's weird. Oh, I guess I did just get the shit kicked out of me by those enemies. I'm just not used to having I'm not used to having a health bar. So well, there's a legit death, guys. We can't blame that one on LEGATE, unfortunately.
Are you dead right now?
Oh yeah, I got popped.
Okay. Yeah, let me get you back in the game here.
I was trying to be swaggy, but I failed.
Alright.
I need my pistol.
Let me catch up with the chat here. All hail, glorious beard. You have a giant cockroach on the center of your snack display. Cockroach. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Listen, I told my drummer friend if he was twin girls, he should name them and a 1 and a 2. I like that. It's cool. I'm here listening in the background. Let me know if you need quality check, boss. I always need quality check, Bloody Cat. I don't know, you got any messages for Bloody Cat?
Hi. How you doing? What's the Herbert thing? Don't forget to exercise those creamy hamstrings or whatever. However, I can't do the voice, but
What is that?
from Family Guy, when the creepy old man that's always like trying to seduce Chris.
Right.
Don't forget to stretch those creamy hamstrings.
That's actually pretty spot on.
I could do the humming and stuff that he does better than the actual voice. Also a little allergy-ish, just from we officially have pollen on the cars in VA. What? Liar. I don't know. I don't know how it is where you live, but for me and where I live, it is like it's been in the 60s more than it's been in the 70s in the last month, and it's already pollen season. And what that basically means is like I haven't driven my car in 3 days, so when I got out of the driveway and accelerated, there was like a yellow cloud that shot off my car. And and it's not even warm out yet. Like I'm in one of those states where when it actually gets like really hot and dry, they do the pollen advisories, and if it's really windy, you'll actually see like little dust devils of pollen blowing down the street.
Right.
It's horrific. Did I go the wrong way?
Oh. I don't know. I'm not sure. See, in Infinite, you have like an ejected revealer, like in your mask. Okay, now we're going the right way. I have not been outside I went outside on Wednesday to go to school and take a test, but other than that, I have not been outside all week, so I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, you killed me.
Work from home, go to school from home.
I didn't think there were any human forces left.
I'm pretty sure that was a Legate, but I'm not 100%. I'm pretty percent sure. A Legate punch.
No way. I did not. I was in the gunner.
You climbed over my corpse to get in that gunner seat.
I may have done that, that's true.
Oh god, it doesn't work in this game. Okay. I guess we're doing this thing. I can see how good I am with turrets, right? This is like a really badly placed turret. Honestly, they do not. Whoever was in charge of the layout here, they.
It's pretty tight, yeah.
There we go. All right, and then I got out and almost jumped off. Whee! So how was your week?
It was busy.
Oh.
Work, just like projects were due, school, took a couple tests. Still not over. I still have a bunch of stuff to do for school this weekend. So I'm looking forward to having a couple beverages and getting it done. You know.
Heck yeah.
But I'm also in my fantasy hockey season right now.
Oh, nice.
And we're in the playoffs, so I'm like also laser focused on beating people I've never met for $300 or whatever it is I'm supposed to win.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I quite like hockey. I don't really have a team. It's one of those things. I guess it's like you could argue it's like the purest form of love for the sport because I literally don't care if I go somewhere and like a game is on. If one team is not winning by like 4 points, then I am just utterly transfixed. I don't even care who's playing.
Right.
I just enjoy watching hockey.
I 100% agree. Like,
Oh shit!
my team is the Florida Panthers, but I'll even watch any team play.
Oh, well.
It doesn't matter.
That's one for the highlight reel.
Oh, you got something?
I was over here and I looked to my right and there was a like silver armor elite with a sword doing this and jumping at me, and I kind of like jumped back and then I threw a grenade and he dove over here and just kind of shot off the side into the into the abyss. Like, oh well, fuck it, I guess I'll kill myself.
We'll clip that. We'll put it in the highlight reel for this week.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. It's just like a moment.
So what's Calrea's assessment after last week?
She's still nervous, but she said she thought it went well.
Okay.
Her biggest takeaway was she was like, she watched you and she's like, I've never actually watched him stream before. I didn't think he'd look like that. And I was like, I'm sorry. Like, that is literally like, I was like, what do you think? She's like, I just didn't think he would look like that. I'm like, oh, okay. But yeah, she's less stressed about. Actually, she's not stressed about anything right now because she had a gin and tonic and then fell asleep after work, so she's napping right now.
Nice.
But she's much less stressed about it now than she was before. Oh my God, really, Master Chief? You can lift a freaking dump truck. You can't jump 3 feet in the air.
This hunter cannot even get me because I'm like, I don't know if you see where I'm at.
Oh yeah.
See, Halo Infinite took care of that. The hunters are a lot more versatile. They don't care where you're standing; they will come and find you.
This one's just chilling.
Yeah, I just walked up to him and meleeed him casually, as if that was gonna do anything.
Aww. You feel like a badass, but you also feel a little hollow inside when you literally just one pistol round to the gut and they just crumple like that. It's like, oh, that's a real shame.
Yeah.
That's it.
Like, we're still on Legendary, right?
I hope so, given the number of times I've died, but I guess we could check it afterwards.
I'm gonna check right now. Yeah, 0 skulls, Legendary. We're
Right.
good.
There you go. We freaking rock at this game.
I don't know about we.
I mean, well, you freaking rock at this game.
No, that's not where I was going with that.
Okay.
Oh God, I love this song.
Yeah, this is a good one. Boom,
Oh,
boom,
they're just
boom.
waiting for us in there.
Thought I was on stickies. Got him.
Nice.
Bye. Have a
Yep.
beautiful time.
Oh god.
Okay. Do.
Oh, come on.
Did you die, buddy?
I did. Of course I did.
Sorry.
Who do you think you're talking to?
The newest, jankiest affiliate in the Jankverse. Actually, second newest, because Quex hit it the day after you.
Yeah, Quick actually jumped into my stream last night.
Hey, Divide, how's it going? What were you saying? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, Quick was in my stream last night, I want to say. If it wasn't last night, it was the last one, but I'm pretty sure it was last night.
We're doing some co-op Halo Legendary Edition with Legate Lanius Jr. Sir, who doesn't respond to texts or anything. I gotta be honest, it's been so long since people regularly called or texted me that I sometimes forget I own a cell phone. Divide. I will check it though as soon as we defeat the Covenant forces here on Halo. I will check that message. I'm gonna look and there's not even gonna be a text. He's just gonna be like, no, I'm just saying you never check your phone. I didn't actually send you.
Yeah, it's the principle of the matter.
Those were tactical missed shots, y'all. I wanted him to cower before I killed him, so don't judge me on that. All right, where's this damn down ladder? I know there is one somewhere.
Go, we're going down.
I feel like an exit somewhere. I want to leave. This is where we came in, and I assassinated all those little sleepy boys. I think this is back when what's his name Marty whatever was doing the music before he got sued for stealing intellectual property from them.
Martin O'Dell.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one like basically I guess he left on less than friendly terms. I don't know exactly how it went down, but then like basically wasn't he like playing some of the work that he did? It was like basically like test tracks or something he was using to like build his online profile.
I'm not entirely sure. I know that the only thing that I heard of was actually recent, that they were thinking about delaying the TV series because of the pending lawsuit with him. Now, I didn't know what the lawsuit was actually about. I mean, I assumed it was about the music, but I didn't know if it was like he was using the music in an illegal fashion, or like he was trying to sue them for using it in illegal fashion. I don't know, but it was like Microsoft and Martin O'Dell. And yeah, it was potentially going to delay the actual TV series.
Where
the hell did we go, dude?
do I go? I'm literally saying the same thing. Like, what do you want from me, game?
I mean, what about up there in the middle? Like,
maybe.
Can we like crouch jump in there?
I found it. We're just dumb. It was like a regular old big door. I'm standing in front of it. I was looking for another hallway.
Alright, I'm heading towards it.
It's this giant thing that looks like a door. That's what we're supposed to go through. I don't know. Like I know that there was something where he had either lost the suit or it was settled or something. But from what I can understand, like I said, I'm probably completely wrong, or partially. Oh my god, it warped me back. I don't want to be here. Bastards.
Yeah, I'm getting warped around a bit here.
it was like he left, and then he either he was something where he was like trying to sell, or he was making like a playlist or an album or something. Those are our guys. You're shooting at.
Oh. I'm just shooting anything that moves.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I can shoot that thing, that's for sure.
But it was something where he basically was like not allowed to use music that he worked on for Halo, and then he basically used music that he had worked on for Halo that didn't make it into the games. And he was like, I thought this was okay. And they were like, no, it's really not. And he said, well, I disagree. And they went to court over it. Like that was the basic gist of it. From what I remember reading of it, was that he was just completely like living in a dream world if he thought he was actually able to use it, you know.
How long's that been going on?
It's been a while. Oh, well, apparently one of our guys is not very good at piloting ghosts, because he just went boom.
Yeah, so I also went boom too.
Oh, maybe that was you then.
It wasn't on the ghost, it was on the Warthog.
I used to love being on the Ghost in Halo 2, like the multiplayer. I'd get into the most weird and obnoxious spots, and like there was you played Halo 2 multiplayer, right?
No, so I didn't play multiplayer until 3. I played a little bit of this campaign, but I ended up like that. So I had an Xbox in my room, but it was actually my roommate's, and we ended up like moving to like different apartments, different houses, and so he took his Xbox back, and I didn't get to finish this.
Gotcha.
But Halo 2 I did finish, but I never played the multiplayer. I can't jump in there and steal that thing.
Yeah, and apparently it's immune to ghosts as well, to ghost lasers. Oh, nope, there it goes. I just tried to boost and was like, oh, but there's no boost button in this one.
Yeah. But then, fast forward many years, and Halo 3 came out, and I played the shit out of that. The thing is, like, I played Halo 3, Halo 4, Reach. I want to say I played ODST. I played a little bit of 5. I didn't finish 5 because at the time that 5 came out, I was actually joining the army. So, like, I shipped all of my personal belongings to a friend of mine that was he held in his garage for many years, and I didn't have my Xbox that entire time. So that's when 5 came out. So I played a little bit of the campaign for 5, and then I'm pretty much almost done with the campaign for Infinite. But as far as multiplayer goes, like 3 was my start, and like I played it like crazy, especially the Forge, like making my own levels and everything.
We've got a sniper rifle and a rocket launcher here, if you want to get crazy.
Oh, I want the sniper rifle.
I honestly, for anybody who was watching that, for some reason I thought left trigger was going to zoom. I don't know why I thought left trigger was going to zoom. I looked really, really hard at the ammo there and then was like, grenade.
I was wondering what you were doing over there, like random grenade, like nobody was around.
Oh, I guess I could drive. Or you could drive if you want to.
We can take both vehicles. You can drive one, I'll drive the other.
Okay. Just use it as like a mobile turret.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
And if like for some reason yours starts blowing up, you can just jump on the gun. I'm fine.
Hell yeah.
So how much did you play? Any 3 multiplayer or 4 or anything like that?
I played a lot of 2. I played some 3. I never really played multiplayer in 4. I did a little bit, but never to a point like where I was like, oh man, I need to get 15 more wins and I'll be in the next rank. Like, it was more just like, it was there, I was there, so I would play occasionally. Definitely not as much as Halo 2. Halo 2 was the big one for me.
Jimmy Fox says hello.
Hello, Jimmy. Hello, hello. Oh, there's a tank.
Yeah, take the tank. I'll hop on that thing too.
Oh, I'm up.
But this freaking guy killed me, and lost my
Is it,
sniper rifle.
is
so
it
I'm not
blown
happy.
up? Can you not drive tanks in this game?
Oh,
Oh
no.
my god.
No.
Oh wait, there you go.
Yeah, you can.
You gotta like look up. Oh god.
I want to get my sniper rifle back.
I wanna drive the please.
Where did we come from? Yeah, get in the tank over. I'm gonna look for my sniper.
Oh, this thing. Oh. It's molasses.
Okay, here we go. And alright, you. That's the guy that freaking killed me. Alright.
Oh, I forgot. This one has a machine gun too. Oh, yes.
So you're in the tank right now?
Yeah, I'm flying it. Or flying it. I'm flying the tank, guys. Ah. I'm driving it.
So there's a slot for a gunner in that thing, right?
I believe so. I'm using a machine gun. I know that people can sit on the sides because like in the single player, normally you would have people jump on and just kind of like cruise along.
Yep. Let's freaking go.
This thing it turns a lot more slowly than in the other Halos, just so you know. Like,
yeah.
In the later Halos, you can just hold left or right on the stick, and it'll just, like, swivel in place. It does not swivel in place in this one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
a shame.
found it, like, really easy to maneuver in Infinite.
What?
But I know that they've made a lot
You
of
listen
progress
here,
with
you
the-
filthy casual.
The Covenant placed their troops to defend the entrance to the tunnel.
No! I'm sorry, friend. I lined you up perfectly for that, didn't I?
Oh, man.
Well,
It's all good. Oh, I'm back on.
yeah,
I'm probably going to hop off and get my sniper back.
well, we respawned. Like, we both were dead, so we're back at the checkpoint.
Oh, that's okay. I got my sniper. Come on. So the one thing that sucks is that depending on what side of the tank you're on, your field of view is like... There we go.
I feel like this thing should have more elevation. Hey, Aeon, how's it going, bestie? You look well, too. I can't actually see you, I just have to assume, but
The Covenant placed their tanks
never had any complaints before you became a VTuber, so we'll just go with it. Oh, I'm sorry, friend!
I'm gonna jump up and kind of like get my shields back because you're a hot target right
Thank
hot
you.
target right now.
How you doing, Aeon? I mean, if you just sit there, I will triangulate. There you go. Oh, I'm so bad at video games. How though? Oh. I think the barrel of this tank is bent. Why do I always get a warped one?
No,
This is actually getting to be like, this is, oh my god, this is like that flower in Yoshi's Island all over again. There we go. Bit sleepy and probably sleep soon. Well, thank you. Yes, you must. Thank you for saying hi. Today was a great stream, as always, with Aeon. Aeon hit 1,700 followers today. 1,700.
1,700.
1,700. That's our little best boy Aeon. Oh my god. There's some sort of...
usually stream?
Aeon streams all kinds of Nintendo stuff. The big popular things that Aeon does is he does open lobby Smash Bros and Mario Kart 8. So he'll have a lot of people just come in and chill and play. But it's pretty much, oh well, I guess I'm just dead for no reason. Oh, there's hunters there. Duh. So it's like almost exclusively Nintendo stuff that he streams, but he does a lot of stuff on his Switch and that kind of thing. But Aeon has a really engaged community. He does a lot of community stuff. So, yeah, I think Aeon is like the next big partner on. I'm just sitting here talking about a completely different streamer. Aeon's like the next big partner on Twitch. I think he's gotten like 1,000 or 1,200 followers in the year I've been watching him.
I can't even imagine having. I mean, it's one thing to have that many followers, but to have like, you know, hundreds of people in your chat on your stream, like, how do you even manage something like that?
He generally is in like the 30 to 50 range, I would say. But he does a good job of it. He's a pro. He's a pro streamer. Oh god, no. No. Use the tree as cover. Oh my god, like for real now, y'all. I'm literally shooting the turret and seeing like plasma explosions come off of it, and then it continues to shoot at me. Like, these turrets are not made of like god metal. Jeez. I can one-shot a hunter with this scorpion tank, but it takes 4 direct hits to the grunt on the back of the turret to kill him. Get out of here. Stupid banshee. Me in. Aww. I wonder if does this vehicle have a health bar? Is that why it was blowing up like that? Where are you at, friend? Oh, there you are.
What the?
What's up?
I don't know. I'm seeing something red on the radar, but I don't see anyone around us.
Is it the wraith that's up on the cliff above us?
Oh yeah, that's probably what it is. Yeah.
Okay, guys, quick, hit the gas. Let's leave him. Oh.
Ain't happening.
Oh. But anyway, sorry for that completely random sidebar about another streamer.
No, it's all good.
Hey, look.
We got more hunters over there.
Look at how my rockets just go straight through. There you go. 3rd time's the charm. You said there's more hunters over there? Well,
Yeah, right across from us.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to kill them then, won't I?
Nice.
Bye, have a beautiful time. There's definitely some drift with the shot, which I'm not complaining about. I mean, well, I am complaining about it. Like, it's not dumb. I mean, it makes more sense than being able to snipe people from 2 miles away with the tanks in the later Halo games. So. But it's very frustrating when you watch the smoke trail from the rocket go straight through the enemy, and they're just like, nope. Try again, friend.
Did they say anything about like making improvements to the AI for this?
I don't know if they did or not. I feel like they might have. I mean, it would make sense. Well, that's 1 down. Should just be doing this the whole time. The guns don't overheat in this one like they do in the later games, so why not, right? Just break the vibrator in my controller. Just leave it running. You got a turret on your left.
Oh god. Yeah, I'm getting owned.
What turret? I've always thought it's kind of funny that like when you the earlier Halo games, especially, or well, not the early, the like Halo 2, Halo 3, like the classic Halos, right? Um, I always thought it was really funny that the um, the Covenant technology is like consistently better than the human technology, right up until you get to explosions, and then like all of a sudden it's all about that, all about the human tech. Like the Covenant have the ghosts, we have the mongoose. The Covenants have the Spectre, we've got the Warthog. And then all of a sudden you get to Scorpion tank and it's like, oh yeah, those things can actually destroy entire planets. Did you not know? Like this, it's like all of a sudden the Scorpion tank and the rocket launcher are like so silly overpowered. Oh, be careful if you're following me because I think that the glass here can break. I heard some glass breaking just now.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's actually like fall through or if it's just a sound effect. But
Yeah, it is interesting to see like the contrast between anything Covenant and like just somebody rolling up on a little mongoose.
yeah, they're like, but you can have a person ride with you on the mongoose. Like, oh goody, so the enemy gets 2 headshot kills. And look, our domes line up perfectly too. That's the best part.
Right.
All right. Oh, wrong side.
Oh no, you're driving.
This you can only enter the Scorpion. You can only enter the Scorpion's driver's seat from the left side of the vehicle for some reason.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
Sure, I'll give you a turn with the big toy if you like. Don't mind. Wee. Rolling Thunder. Hello.
Nice.
Don't even pretend like you're getting on that ghost, brother.
Dude, tell me about King's Quest. Tell me about King's Quest, man.
What about it?
that game, it was hilarious to watch.
It was fun.
I felt so much entertainment value from, and there's like, that was only the first one. You said, how many are there?
There are 7 in that collection. There's 7 of them. They came out over the course of like 2 decades, I think, or like so they will get better as they go. Now, from what I understand, either the second and or third one have a very high soft lock ability. Like you can get soft locked a lot more in that game and have to restart. But that's okay. I mean, it was fun, honestly. I've never played like a game like that before. I've seen Monkey Island played very briefly. That's the closest, but that's more of like a point and click adventure than like a hybrid text and movement based puzzle game.
Right.
A couple of the puzzles I was like, oh really? Like there was a couple of things that I looked up that if I hadn't looked it up I never would have figured it out. But overall it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. I'm gonna play the other ones. I'm not gonna play them all back to back, but I will definitely probably do the entire collection unless I get to like number 5 and it just sucks so bad that I never want to see it again, you know.
I mean, I can imagine that this series could get you, or King's Quest could get you frustrated beyond belief to the point that you do never want to play that game again. But you do have to go through the whole thing.
Yeah.
You have to destroy that game.
It was quite. I hope to. I hope to destroy it. I don't know. Did you? I don't know if you saw the whole thing, but like the ending, I had to look that up. If I hadn't looked that up, I probably would have gotten really mad. Like, apparently, the very first item I was supposed to get was a dagger, and it was just under a rock. And at the start of the game, I literally went to the rock, and I was like looking at every rock and bush, and I'm like, look at rock. And it's like, it seems to be a heavy rock. I was like, oh, okay. Move rock. You push, but the rock doesn't push. I'm like, oh, well, fuck me, I guess. And then, and apparently it was, the rock could be pushed, but only if you are above it facing down. You can't push it up facing up. Like, I'm like, oh my god. So I would have never. I'd have played that game until I just rage quit, and I never would have been. I would have never gone back to that same rock and been like, maybe if I push it the other way.
Right. So when did that game come out? Like, is it an indie game? I mean, like, what's the deal with it?
King's Quest is like an old game. Like when you load that game up on Steam, it actually loads a DOSBox application into your computer. Like, it tricks your computer into thinking it's an old computer. I want to say the first one came out in like 1982 or 83 or something like that. I can look it up, but if Hesh Ballantine was here, he could tell me immediately because he's been reading a biopic from the guy that owned the company that did it. King's Quest. Let's see. Quest. Yeah. King's Quest.
I was curious if like that game was designed like to be like ironically retro or if it was proper retro.
No, that game actually came out in 1980, so it is actually a 40-year-old computer game.
Nice. Okay.
And it's got that. From what I understand, it's got kind of a wry sense of humor about the whole thing. Like when you I pushed forward and died. Do we have to go in here? When you look at the titles all are like little puns and things, and it's got a very dry sense of humor. There are sword boys. There were sword boys, but I killed them. I enjoyed it though. So you'd never seen that one before?
No, hell no.
You should
It was hilarious though.
Apparently, people speedrun it. I think the world record for the first one is like 12 minutes. I can't even imagine. But
I can imagine it being intensely frustrating. That's for sure.
oh yeah. So what do you got? What have you got on the agenda for like future games? Do you have any fun new stuff you're planning to play?
So not necessarily fun and new. I mean, definitely fun, but not new. I mean, I just have to. I feel like, being Legate Lannis Jr., I just have to put in my time with Fallout for a while. Wait, did we already come this way?
Yeah, that's the way we came in.
Yeah. I gotta put in some Fallout time, and I have no problem doing that. I love Fallout. So, I've just been like so wrapped up in this freaking Halo universe. And it's done so well for me for like just getting random followers here and there that I'm like, all right, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I've been sticking with Halo for the moment, but generally it's just gonna be Fallout. I want to say, I don't know. I think they said like, I don't know if you play a lot of Call of Duty, but I enjoy playing Call of Duty, not like religiously, but I do enjoy it. And I heard that they're actually not making a new one this year.
Oh.
It's like the first year they're not making one. But actually, it's good that I'm talking to you now because last night I downloaded like a Super Nintendo emulator, which is totally fine for the purposes of just like streaming and chilling and playing a Nintendo game.
Yeah.
But I know that like the whole community has like a very setup that they have with like old school TVs and like Sierra cathode ray tube TVs, and like I know like it's a very measured process how they approach actually playing old school games. I guess it's mostly for speed running, but like, do you know anything about like how people actually approach like? Well, I mean, do you know? Of course you know. You play these games. I mean, do you do it to the extent that other people do it, like getting old school TVs and getting like the crazy setups going?
No, I don't have the setups. I honestly, I'm very lazy. um, I I am when I do play those games, I'm usually playing on a ROM or an emulator. For a while, I was playing on the Switch, but you know I've complained about my capture card before. As far as doing like a legit setup like that, um, the person I would recommend talking to would be Yelleth or Budsy in the Jank Bros
Okay.
community. There's several. I mean, you know, there's a lot of people in our community that speed run different like classic Nintendo games and things. Um,
Right.
those are the two that I think are like most talkative. I think Budsy helped Yelleth get his set up. But they're doing stuff on the actual Nintendo, which I guess is not too big of a difference. But they play on like the actual hardware and all that jazz. Oh god, don't ride with me, guys. I'm gonna die. Um. Oh well, the whole squad's here. The gang's all here.
Yeah, from what I understand, there's like input delays between your controller and if you were using like a normal HDMI TV versus like an old school TV. And these people take it so seriously that they'll go out and buy like a TV from 1997 because it meets like the perfect standards of whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things that I've been having issues even just with the ROMs. Like I've been playing some Game Boy Advance games lately, and like I don't know what it is, but for some reason my computer really hates the emulator that I use. So it's constantly flickering, like it's like a black flickering effect on my screen. So I always tell people like I can't stream those games multiple days in a row because honestly it hurts my eyes after a session of just watching the screen flash at me for 4 solid hours.
Right.
Which you wouldn't have playing on regular hardware, right? At least hopefully not. Yeah, that's what I was about. I was literally about to say, Aeon, is that I might just need to switch because I use the like as with all things that I do. Aww, I died. As with all things that I do, I found something I was comfortable with, and then I stuck with it forever. So I've been playing on the Visual Boy since like 2001, and just never stopped. So I probably just need to like change. All right, I am entering the cavern.
Yeah.
Please do not harm me. But
I am interested in getting like one of those serious setups though. I don't anticipate I would ever be good at speedrunning, but I would like I would love to speedrun Link to the Past a little bit, and I don't think anybody would take my time seriously unless I actually like went out and got all like the proper equipment.
it depends on the game. When I did Mega Man, when I did Mega Man 2, they had like a legit community that played it. That community's not the most outgoing. There's a couple that I connected with, and they gave me some help starting out. But I mean, there's separate leaderboards. Like you're not gonna be generally posting times next to somebody playing on original hardware. It'll be like you're playing it on a ROM or you're playing it on like a remastered version, and there's gonna be separate rules and things like that. But I think generally, like if you were really serious about it, like if I ever had actually had designs on like being in the top 10 for Mega Man 2, then I would probably buy the original setup because nobody's going to take it seriously if I don't. It's kind of the way I feel, like you were saying.
Are you thinking about it?
Oh, no. No, I don't. No, I'm a very competitive person naturally, and it's not a secret to anybody in my community that as the Mega Man chapter of my life unfolded, I became increasingly salty towards the other people in my community that had started running it, and
Really?
yeah. So, because when I started doing it, it was more just like it was like a gag thing, and then it was fun. So I was like, I'll keep doing it. But it by the end of it, it kind of felt like it was a competition. And as I said, I'm a very competitive person, and I get very salty. It's like I joke with everybody about streaming. I'm like, hey man, we're all here to help each other till one of us gets 74 average viewers, and then the knives are coming out if you don't come watch me every day. Like,
Right.
because at that point it's serious. Then it becomes serious business. Capital S, capital B.
What did you say your time was for Mega Man? Was it 18th in the world?
Something like that, yeah. For the legacy on the Legacy collection, it's a little bit higher, like I don't know, like 22 or 23 on primary hardware, but
Okay.
it's 34 minutes and nothing base. It was like 34 minutes and .4 seconds or something like that for normal difficulty, and then like 38 and some change for hard difficulty.
Okay.
It's Aeon says I'm already pulling the knives out and I'm not even at average 40 yet. Lies, because the thing is, what Aeon's doing is he's pulling out the knives to cut cake to share with everybody, because Aeon is a wholesome boy.
Well done.
Oh, I was betrayed by one I thought was my brother.
What are you talking about?
Oh, did you not punch me?
I did not punch. I swear to God, I was doing
Every
that.
time I die anywhere near you now, I just automatically assume you just decked me in the back of the head.
I mean, that's a safe assumption, but I will let you know when I'm team killing, when I'm in that mode.
I'm just gonna run with my back to the walls.
Man, every time we enter somewhere, I get a little like warped around a bit.
Yeah. By the way, Aeon, I know that you didn't take it personally, but I do want to reiterate that what I was saying today about your milestone was not in any way like derisive or like derogatory towards the goal. It was me in a very dry way pointing out how quickly you have grown your community, and that's something to celebrate. Like I'm not trying to make less of your accomplishments just because you have so many accomplishments. You know what I'm saying? Time to go ham, y'all. Yeah. But you have to be clear about those things, because some people would take it personally. Aeon hit 1700 today, like I was saying, and he was like, "Oh, we need to have like a celebration," and I said something along the lines of like, "Call me when you hit 10K. You get 100 followers every other month or something like that." Like, and then after I said it, I think Aeon knows my sense of humor, but I think other people probably thought I was just being an asshole.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, we can have friendly banter, but I mean, when they have like 50 people in there, there's bound to be a person or two that like says, "Whoa, whoa, whoa,"
He's my bestie. I can say what I want. Damn it. I'm gonna lean hard into that bestie thing for as long as you let me, Aeon. I was playing The Walking Dead from Telltale Games, and one day Aeon came in and was like, "It's my bestie!" And I was like, "Oh!" Like, I got super excited. I was like, "Hey, buddy!" And then he's like, "I'm so happy to see that Kenny's still alive." And I was like, "Oh, God damn it! Let me win, you bastards!"
getting turned
Oh
around like crazy.
my God in heaven. Okay, we need to literally.
What's going on here?
It's because it's a transition point, and as we cross the line, if one of us crosses the line, it like warps us back to it or something.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. It's this fucking hallway is so toxic. Oh no. Okay. I don't think we can win, guys. We're trapped here forever.
All right, we're out of the hallway.
Okay. That hallway was like an SCP. Fire in rocket.
Do you plan on doing any co-op streams for any other games with other streamers?
I have in the past. I would very happily do co-op streams all the time. Even if I didn't stream the game, if other people were like, oh, hey, do you want to play this with me? I would love to do that, because I think I was telling you before, that was like one of the main things I wanted to do when I started streaming. I will say that I have noticed that when I do co-op streams, my viewership tends to be lower, but I also have more fun, if that makes sense. So like that'd be my only thing, would be like I wouldn't want to do it live so much to the point that it like tanks my channel.
Right.
You know, if we both had 100,000 followers, then it would be like a major event whenever we played together. But when you have a smaller stream, I think a lot of times people see the co-op stuff and they're like, oh great, so it's two assholes I don't know playing a game. Like a game that I like but think they're playing wrong, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
so but yeah, I like it. I've done a lot of survival stuff, like survival-y, horror-y games, with Megami Mori and Odre. We've done The Forest, Grounded, which is like, if you're not familiar with Grounded, it's basically Honey I.
Grounded.
Okay, so we've played Grounded a lot. We've done The Forest a lot. Did a little bit of Fallout 76, like 2 episodes of 76, but Megami's not much of a fan. We wanted to stream Elden Ring together, but I can't get enemies to appear on the screen when I stream Elden Ring. When I play it offline, I've played it 40 hours offline in the past 2 weeks, and I've had no issues. But when I play it online, it's like the enemies are all ghosts. So if we could actually, if they put out a patch, or if I could figure out the issue with that happening when I'm online, I'd probably start doing that like every week, because we used to do a lot of ganking back in the day. But what about you? Is there anything else you'd want to do co-op?
Definitely 76. Because I can play 76 by myself, but I mean, it's like, how many times are you ever gonna be able to actually play Fallout with somebody else? You know?
Yeah.
There is a mod for New Vegas to play multiplayer, but it's like a very intricate setup with like layers and layers of mods.
I see.
To the point where it's like, man, I don't know. And then it's also like, you know, like it looks like it's super fun, but I just don't know how reliable it will be on the stream.
Yeah. No! Oh, I caught it. I actually moved towards it like a moth towards a flame.
Yeah. So yeah, 76. I don't think that I have really anything else in mind yet. This whole streaming thing is still very new to me anyway, so I'm kind of figuring it out as I go.
I'd be definitely down to play 76. Like I said, that was one I wanted to stream online more. But like you were saying, like the problem with 76 is like, how many times can you clear the Mothman Museum solo before it becomes uninteresting, you know?
Well, so that's the thing. I barely played 76, so I don't even know.
See, then that'd be super fun. Like that'd be one. I'm actually happy to play that with people that haven't played it, and just kind of like travel along with you and keep you from stepping on mines and things, but not like backseat you, because that's a fun game to like get to see people experience it for the first time again. You know.
Yeah.
I know Sons of the Forest is coming out soon, and that one's going to be one that me and Megami are definitely going to play together. God damn it, let me through! Get out of the way! Say what?
So it's Sons of the Forest?
Yeah, are you familiar with the game The Forest?
No.
The premise is that you are a like wilderness survival author / TV star who is on an airplane that goes down on a remote peninsula in some weird fictional version of like Nova Scotia or something, like off the coast, where essentially like it's snowy and there are lizards and like it's really weird. It's the terrain area is not grounded in reality. There are great white sharks in the water, and there's alligators swimming in the rivers, and there's giant monitor lizards and deer and all sorts of shit. But the basic premise, like if you can if you can like step aside from that for a moment and be like, okay, I understand that this environment could not possibly exist.
Right.
The premise is you're on this plane crash and you wake up with this guy completely covered in blood, like a native guy holding your son who was on the plane with you. And then he like turns around and walks away as you pass out from your injuries, and then you wake up 12 hours later, and essentially you've got like a hatchet that you take from an emergency kit on the plane, and you have to like fashion all the things that you need to survive by like chopping branches and cutting down logs and gathering stones, and like you can build fortifications and traps, and the game is inhabited by like cannibals. So it's not an island. You always want to call it an island, but it's a peninsula that's like locked by mountains, and there's these cannibals everywhere that that are trying to like hunt you down, and over time they get more aggressive depending on how impactful your actions are in the area. So like if you build a lot of buildings and traps and things, then it makes them more aggressive and they start coming after you. Where like if you're just hiding out in a tree at night and sleeping naturally, then they don't come after you as much. And there's some kind of a like conspiracy with some secret lab that was in the area that's linked to everything. It's very cool. It's definitely a survival horror game, not like a straight survival game.
What kind of like mechanics does it have? Does it play like DayZ or something?
I haven't played DayZ. It would be very similar to like, have you played 7 Days to Die?
No.
Okay. The crafting mechanic is basically just like you lay out a blanket and you put stuff on the blanket, and if you can combine them, you combine them. Like it's not super intricate, but there's like 50 different things you can make. It plays like an FPS. Like it plays at FPS speeds. You run around. You can play it with an Xbox controller and like throw spears and do things like that. There is a gun, but it's basically like you have to beat the entire game to get this gun, and it's like a blunderbuss gun. It's not a real gun. And the great thing about it is just when you shoot it, all the cannibals get scared and run away. You know.
Okay.
But the premise is very much to just like explore the island. There are caves in the island that have these like horrific mutants in them that are all like mutated cannibals living in them. The caves have a lot of like advanced gear that you need to eventually find your son. Like that's the goal, is to just figure out where your son is, because you're finding clues all over the island of like drawings that he's made, or like you find like his little action figure toy broken up into pieces in different caves and things like that. I've done quite a few videos of it. If you look on the YouTube, it's in the Crossing the Streams playlist.
Okay.
But it's fun. It was one that we basically stopped playing it because we had played through the entire game to the end multiple times, like different files, starting over, building houses in different areas.
How big are the maps?
Map is pretty decent. I mean, it's the map is the same every time. So over time, like you learn where everything is, and it's less stressful. There's no real like randomness to where things are. I don't know. I would say if you go in a straight line, just like walking normal speed, it would probably take you about 20-25 minutes to get to one end of the map to the other.
Okay.
There we go. Blundex says that I'm playing on 30 FPS, I think. Am I not? Am I playing slow, Plumdex? He says, why is my friend playing 60 FPS, but I can't? Because Twitch Studios is garbage, and I don't have OBS set up because Aeon's only been telling me to do it for a year. No, I play it. I try to play it on a lower setting, Plundex, simply because I don't want it to lag. I don't want it to like freeze and buffer a lot for you guys if you have slow account or like slow internet or whatever. So I've actually like turned it down to about half the speed that my computer recommends. I would much rather play a game that looks like shit and runs like butter than a game that looks like butter and runs like shit. Like, great thing about King's Quest, 0 lag.
Yeah, you're not getting any lag with that.
I dropped about 4 frames playing that game. It was a thing of beauty. Nades out. Oh, well, I'm dead.
I'm trying to get you to respawn here.
Plumbex is telling me that I need to be a pro streamer and stream on OBS.
Yeah, I heard like you can get like very high quality with OBS Studio. Streamlabs has been fine with me. I mean, like I look at it and I'm like, yeah, it looks great. You know, it's not like 4K or anything, but
I also have a computer that, when I got my computer, I got a gaming computer that I stream on and not a streaming computer to game on, if that makes sense. So, like, there are things that it does a lot better offline. Like, great example, when I was telling you guys I was playing Elden Ring. Oh, there's an invisible guy.
yeah.
When I was...
away 'cause I need to, oh, damn it.
When I was playing Elden Ring, while streaming Elden Ring, I set it to an 800 by 600 ratio, and it looked like I was playing it on a PS2, and I still couldn't get the enemies to render. Like, I set everything to the lowest possible graphic settings it could go, and not only would the enemies not render, but eventually the game just crashed. And I had to like hold the power button on my computer to leave the stream.
Oh god.
But on the flip side, if I'm playing it offline, I can set everything to the highest possible settings and then play online with other people with no issues. So it's just that the streaming setup is garbage. God, I really need a freaking pistol to kill those guys across the way. So you use Streamlabs. Did you mess with OBS at all, or was it just that?
No, because Streamlabs was very like right out of the box user friendly,
Mm-hmm.
and that's exactly what I was looking for. I'm not opposed to using OBS Studio, but I want to even know what I'm doing with what I have now first before I start, graduating to another level.
Right. God damn it, dirty bastards. All right. All right, it's time for a 30 FPS slaughterfest, y'all. Here we go.
I mean, we're just getting shot from all sides here.
Yeah, I'm just hucking grenades over there now. Little jerks. I'm about to go back and find a needler or something. Because I'm already not a fan of the assault rifle in Halo 1. The Halo 1 assault rifle is actually probably... Oh, well, I guess I'm not allowed to go back. You can never go back. It's probably like my least favorite gun in all of Halo, other than maybe like the Brute Spiker.
Yeah, I mean, this thing has a totally different feel than like the later Halos.
It really does just feel like you're throwing handfuls of bullets at the enemies, and maybe one of them will hit what you're aiming at.
Right.
And then to switch from that to like the battle rifles in the later Halos, where it's just like a mid-range sniper, is so jarring.
Well, I think as long as you don't die during this phase that we're in, I think we'll be all right, because I just keep dying. But as long as you are alive to respawn me, I'm just gonna like charge ahead and just chuck grenades and cross my fingers.
No pressure, guy.
Man, that guy just won't die. Oh my god.
I wonder if we retreat a little bit, will it checkpoint us? Or no?
Oh.
I warped you back trying to
Did
get
it checkpoint it?
I don't think it did.
I did see, like, very briefly it said something. I don't know if it said checkpoint.
They're too smart for us. I will do better, Plunbex. I'm sorry. I don't think I actually hit him. I think the game just took pity on me.
Oh, this guy is gonna die right now. There we go.
I think there's an invisible one further up there, unless you've already killed him. So just be aware.
I think there's like a couple of them. Oh no! Why? I totally just jumped off by accident.
It's like the Happy Gilmore. That was not nice and easy.
Set the world record for dying. That's if I'm gonna get a world record in something.
Yeah, I think I'm playing at 30 FPS, honestly. Is that what it's playing at for you, Plunbex? Is 30? Like when I fire up Twitch Studios, like before I even actually started my game, I just opened the Twitch Studios app and it was like CPU usage 50%. I'm like, oh god damn.
How do you even tell? Oh, there he is. Yeah,
it tells you at the top of the screen. It says like this is your CPU usage, and I've got 16 gigabytes of RAM. Like it shouldn't be eating up that much memory just to. Oh well, good thing that invisible guys literally just run at you like buck naked with no armor or shields whatsoever, because otherwise that'd be a really upsetting scenario. Right. Like it's kind of silly how bad the armor is on the invisible guys on legendary difficulty. So what was it that made you want to be a world famous streamer, Legate? Wasn't it you wanted to do like the content creation stuff, wasn't it? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
I mean, so I don't plan on. I certainly don't plan on becoming world famous. That's for sure.
Oh.
And for me, it's just more like I just been so bored, honestly. Like this is just like a fun, different thing to do, you know. When I watch people play old retro games, I'm like, yeah, this is cool. And
Nah.
then I'm like, what are you saying?
Plumbex, I'm sorry, Plumbex misheard me. No, 16 gigabytes, not 64. If I had 64 gigabytes of RAM, it would be a furnace in my room. My computer would be so ridiculously high end.
Right.
Anyway, well, I guess not. I guess it would have really good cooling then, wouldn't it? It'd be a nice computer. But anyway, so you were bored.
Yeah, I mean, like, I work from home and I go to school from home, and it's like I don't have time to really socialize at all. And like, by the time I do have any free time to myself, you know, I got maybe like 2 hours to like do anything. Where I live in San Antonio, and I just end up meeting more people on Twitch. So I'm like, all right, I'll just start a stream and see what happens, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, like, it was basically just out of boredom, really.
Well,
But yeah, it does kind of center around like other hobbies too, like the content creation and things like that.
Well, that's good. For me, I mean, we talked about it a little bit last time, but I actually more started planning to focus on the YouTube side, but it's very difficult working full time with no like backup crew. For me, it would be really difficult to like find time in my day to do like actual like the YouTube level of like content creation where you're editing videos and adding music and all that. So like even though I've got the YouTube channel, there's 400 videos on it. Not a damn one of those has undergone any kind of special editing. It's just I just dump everything I do onto there. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
Yeah, I just there's I've streamed 1,200 hours. There's like 1,150 hours of content on my YouTube page. Every once in a while, there's a video that I won't post for whatever reason. But yeah, it's mostly just me dumping the full video on there.
Yeah, I mean, it does take time sitting down and like cutting out clips and like piecing it all together. I don't know what you use, but I've been using Premiere, and I love it. I mean, don't get me wrong, like I do love it, like enjoy using it, but I can see like it's totally time consuming.
Yeah. I literally just record in Twitch Studios. That's how I do it. Like the Twitch Studios app is recording while I stream, and then I just download the video off of Twitch and then upload it onto YouTube. And I really wanted to do like the game review things, which I did for a couple of weeks, and now I've gotten bored with it again. Because I do, in spite of what people think, I do actually try to be nice, and just couldn't find anything that really was like, I don't know what I guess it's because when COVID was a thing, people had more time to pursue creative endeavors, right? And now people are going back to work, and like it just seems like the general quality of the stuff that I'm seeing is not the same. Like I could just go on before and just download like the 10 most recent uploaded games, and I'd get 2 or 3 that I'm like, damn, I want to pay these people money when this game comes out. And now I'm just hateful when I review their videos, something like that.
Did you ever consider, or have you ever like gotten into game development?
Well, I did the one. I actually worked on one project with a group of friends, and one by one they all kind of lost interest in the project, so it ended up kind of falling by the wayside. And then I kept working on a second one. It's in RPG Maker. Like I always tell people, like it's an RPG Maker thing, but I've got a game out now that was kind of like a spiritual, I don't want to say successor, but it was like the little brother to the game that I had wanted to make with my friends. And and it's a full on, it's like a full fledged RPG that takes about 30 hours to beat. Um,
What is this?
yeah,
I gotta play this. What is it?
it's Voltage Genesis. There's actually a page for it on my Discord. If you go on the Phenomenal Discord, not the Jank Bros Discord, there's actually a thread that's literally just called Voltage Genesis, and there's a key on there to play it for free. Um, but it's done like a classic, old school RPG that with I basically learned how to use RPG Maker while making that game. Um, so as you work through it, like you're gonna see, you're like, damn, I really wish there was a journal, but there's no journal. So there's some things I could do better, but overall I'm very happy with it. And part of the reason I started doing the streaming was because I did that for about 4 years, nights and weekends. I worked on that game. I worked on it for 2.5 years before I ever even made it available to the public to play. And then I did more updates and content expansions and things for another 16, 18 months after it came out. I thought I was done with it, and then somebody found a bug, and I was gonna fix the bug, and then while I was fixing the bug, I wanted to add some more stuff, and then it kind of like made me, it scared me away. Like, I was working on it for so long, I didn't want to go I have ideas for other projects. I just didn't want to spend another 4 years immediately making a new game. So I started doing this, and now I'm having fun with this. So it's like now, Voltage needs an update. I've known about it for like 3 months, and I haven't updated it because I would rather spend my time streaming. So I guess I'm a bad game dev. I'm as bad as all those other people I talk about, right? Never finishing their work. But yeah, it's fun. It's got.
Was it you that worked on it, or was it like a team?
It was 2 people that did concept. I came up with the ideas for all the monsters and the enemies, and I had one person that did concept art, and I had one person that actually made the battlers. The music I either purchased the rights to online, or it's commercial free stuff. Or I like sent a demo to people and was like, hey, can I use your music in my game? This is what it's like. And they said, oh yeah, I like that. You can go ahead. What else? There was a few like plugins and patches that were made for it that I credit other people in. But as far as like actually building the game and making the game playable, it was all me. I like programmed it all, scripted it all, wrote all of it, that kind of thing.
Okay.
So, and it's very like, people say, oh, RPG Maker, like, because everybody knows that one person that bought RPG Maker and they spent an afternoon with it and thought they'd made a game. Oh well, there he goes. Yeah. And that's really not how it works. I might spend 4 hours just programming an automated event where somebody walks into a room and then there's 5 different people walking around and talking, and there's like a little cinematic that plays in another part of the building, and then it comes back, and like the amount of like load it up, watch it, okay, I gotta fix that, load it up, watch it, okay, I gotta fix that. Now writing out the dialogue, like, it takes a lot of time. People don't realize. And that was why my friends ended up quitting on the first project, was because I think they thought it was going to be like some super easy thing they were going to do and then become rich and famous, and they were not being realistic.
Right.
It was a heavy investment of time and money that I got a lot of downloads and not a lot of money out of. But I'm happy with it.
How much money? Well, not how much money, but I mean, like, how chunky, so to speak, was the money that you put into it? Like, was most of it for the music, or?
No, actually, most of it was for the art. The concept art, all told, And I've worked on other projects within it. All the concept art was the most expensive thing, because the guy that I was using was kind of overcharging me, and it was one of those like he was charging me friend prices, as in like you're my friend, so you should give me this much money, kind of thing.
Right.
So all together, and this is over the course of 4 years, I would say I spent about $4,000.
Wow.
Um,
Holy shit.
Yeah, and that's like
Do you
SCC registry. Yeah. It's like SCC registrations, business licenses. People don't think about that. Like people don't stop to think like, you know, something happens, and I will say a big chunk of that was part of it was that one of the people I had started making the previous game with found out I was making the new one, and I was using some stuff that they had worked on, and they had the absolute gall to try to take me to civil court over it. And I was like, this person is a fucking maniac. Yeah. So like half of that money was for a lawyer.
That's like a whole drama.
Yeah. But like it was, I mean, when you're actually trying to do it legitimately, and you have to create an LLC, and you have to pay every year. You have to pay your registrations, and you got to pay people to do art for you and music for you and stuff. It adds up very quickly.
Wow, that's crazy. I didn't think it was gonna be that involved, man. I mean, I could see like starting an LLC or something, but like civil court and all that, like.
Yeah, it was literally somebody that was like, some of this is my intellectual property, and you can't use it, and I'm demanding that you cut this out of the game. And my response was like, are you insane right now? Like, what? Are you actually upset about this, or are you just like hard up for money? Like they were basically saying, if you pay me, then I'll give you permission to use this. I'm like, that's not how it's gonna go.
Right.
So the judge basically told her to stop harassing me, and that was the end of it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. But no, all told, I think I got like 3,500 to 4,000 downloads, something like that, which is, it's not something that they're gonna be writing an article about me, but it's a lot for a first-time game release.
Dude, I'm going to download it. I gotta play a game that has a backstory like that.
Well, I think you'd like it, because one of the inspirations was actually the inspirations for the world was like it's like kind of a high fantasy game in a way, like a Final Fantasy or like a Breath of Fire, but it's set after a nuclear war, so it's got a little bit of a Fallout vibe, in so much as you can have in an RPG Maker game, where like the monsters are like mutated animals and things, and a lot of the dungeons, quote unquote, are like abandoned labs and government buildings that are still fortified after all these years after the war. So like you're going in and like searching out key cards and things so that you can get into the labs to like scavenge things that are that haven't been picked up by people that came before you, and that kind of thing.
Does it have more of a future vibe?
Oh yeah, it's more futuristic-y. So like your characters, you've got like swords and spears and stuff, but you've also got like guns and machine gun, like SMGs and rifles and things, and they do different types of damage. So like sometimes you might fight something and a sword is the ideal weapon, but then other times you're better off with a gun. And instead of magic, you're using like psychic powers, like psychokinesis.
Okay.
So I think Quex is once I get I told Quex, so this is my thing, I do need to actually get the update done, because I told Quex she wants to stream it, and I told her to wait till I get the update finished, because I know that there's one quest that it's not broken, but basically like it's something where this person sends you to go get something and then bring them 4 of it, and if you go talk to them when you have 3, the game, I left a line out, just literally like one line that took me 3 minutes to do, and I left a line out where basically he would take the stuff, count it, and then give it back to you, and it's set up where he takes the stuff, counts it, and says, oh, you don't have enough, and then he doesn't give you the ones you gathered back. So if you weren't paying attention when you got the quest and you're like, I don't know how many he actually needs, you could find yourself in a moment where you're just like going back and forth, being like, why won't you take these shells from me? And then, like I said, that was the one thing I had to fix. And then I found a lot of other things that had gotten kind of left out between updates, because that was around when that update came out, was around the time my previous computer died. So I was up to version 7.2. I put out version 7.3's update and realized that when I was doing it, I had built the 7.3 update off the 7.1 build. So all of the actual content that was put in for 7.2 had been lost in the transition. So I was basically having to go back and redo the update from 7.2, and 7.2 was a big update. Um, so it kind of sucked. And that was what broke me, was not the fact that I was having to work on it, but the fact that I was literally having to go back through my notes and redo like 30 hours of work, and I just didn't have the spirit for it.
Oh, Platycat says, she says, this is like listening to a podcast, which is a whole vibe, and I didn't know we were creating something like a podcast, but I guess we're like in that neighborhood.
Yeah. Have you ever thought about doing? I'm sorry, you were gonna say she said that, and then what?
Yeah, so she said that, and then she said, "What's the game called? I want to download it."
The game is Voltage Genesis, like spelled like the word voltage, Genesis. It's on itch.io. Platty, I think if Platty's not on my Discord, tell Platty to join my Discord too. And like I said, I'm not trying to charge anybody money for it. Like, I mean, you can pay me money for it, but it's at the point where basically I attached a price to it because I think it has value and not because I'm expecting to get rich off of it. So, I don't mind giving people free copies of it. I'd much rather have people play it and enjoy it than me make $5, you know.
Well, is there anything like a Voltage Genesis 2 kind of like is there like any lore created for like a sequel or?
Yeah, so the one that I made ended up it kind of like introduces the world of the game that I had been working on with my friends. Like that whole 30-hour RPG takes place entirely on one continent, and the original game was going to take place across the entire planet. So it was going to be broken up into like chapters, with each chapter following a different group of people on a different landmass, and then at the end of the game they'd all kind of meet up and you'd have 2 chapters of them as a group. This whole game basically just established, like, it has its own story. It has a standalone story. I'm really proud of it. It's not a story I planned to tell in the original game, but it basically is world building, and it kind of gives you an idea of the history of the world and that kind of thing. So it's very lore heavy. The game very casually throws a lot of lore at you throughout it. But there is, I do still want to do the big one, and there are other games set in the world. Like I told you, I've worked on other games. Like I've spent more than $4,000 on the company over the years. But that's been like my hobby. You know, some people restore classic cars. I did game dev stuff for like 7 years. That was what I spent my extra money on. So, but I'd still like to do the big long one. I've also talked about learning the Unreal Engine because I really liked learning the engine. I would like to learn the Unreal Engine and work on making one that's set in the same area as Voltage Genesis, but it's like a survival-y game. So it'd be like Fallout with magic powers, but it's the focus is like, you know, scavenging buildings and fighting radioactive monsters and essentially just like upgrading your shit and surviving.
Do you still like maintain the company?
Yeah, I mean, I still respond to emails and stuff. I haven't, like I said, I haven't done anything with it in a couple of months, but um, the next thing I'd like to do, I wanted to do, it's not actually set in that universe, but my next project was going to be like almost like episodic content that is like D&D, like D&D campaigns, but it's a turn-based RPG where you're basically you are controlling a group of people that are playing D&D, and you've got one new player who is the adventurer, and they have a very generic character, while the other three you basically pick a party of 3 helpers from a group of 6, and then how those characters interact with each other affects how you solve puzzles and things throughout the game. But it was going to be like every episode was going to basically be like an hour. So it's going to be a much shorter project with more focus on replayability, as opposed to like the demo for Genesis takes 20 hours to be like the free demo. I'm sorry, friend. I had to put an end to that terrible charade. He was trying to box you.
Yeah.
And I had no bullets. That was the other thing. Was like I can't punch him, so
I'm just glad you had a rocket launcher. Like, where'd you get that thing at?
I picked it up a while ago, and I've just been carrying it this whole time, like, because I didn't want to use it, because I didn't want to like accidentally shoot you. But in that case, I finally ran out of bullets, and I was just like, well, I picked it up right after we crossed those bridges we kept dying on.
Right.
It was in the room right after that. What about you? Have you ever? I was gonna ask you. Have you ever done anything with Because I don't want to just be talking about me. It's Phenomenal and Legate. Have you ever done any like game dev stuff, or thought about doing any kind of game dev stuff?
Not game dev stuff. I've done like just general like programming, like C++, some basic like HTML, Java stuff,
Control center.
but nothing that involved like gamification or any kind of like interactivity. It was more like function over form. But like the whole back end side of game development does interest me a lot.
That's cool.
Because I think that would like speak more to my experience.
Analyzing. This must be the control room. The entrance to the control center is at the
That's
top of
cool.
that hill.
Yes, Kidvart, welcome. This is Halo, you see. I finally am no longer restricted. I'm playing Legendary Co-op Halo with Legate Lanius Jr. We're on level 5, which is the longest and most annoying of all the levels, other than the library. Kid Varg is a streamer. He's actually the first streamer I ever followed on Twitch. And he used to watch me lose my absolute shit playing this game solo. He was there for every sordid death and slim victory in Halo Reach. The Halo ban has been lifted. Yes, indeed.
You're saying they've actually seen the rage in real time?
Oh yeah, Kid Varg has absolutely seen the rage in real time. Kid Varg and Kid Varg is like the most chilled streamer ever, so it's actually kind of weird that he enjoys watching me get so angry. I think he's living vicariously through me. Oh yeah, that's true. That was actually like the first time that I ever made a significant. It's Legate Lanius Jr. I will put it in the chat for you right now, Kid Varg. He was saying that one time there was a specific checkpoint that I actually was stuck. I had a plasma pistol and like an empty machine gun that I was trying to fight 3 elite brutes with, and it was just literally me trying to like box them to submission. And it was right at the end of Reach, and when I finally beat it, I think I had like 5 gift subs, and people were throwing money at me. It was actually the first time I ever got any like appreciable amount of money on Twitch was when I beat Halo Reach on Legendary.
Kid Bark, thank you for the follow.
And people were like, "Here, go buy yourself some aspirin and take a nap."
So before we jumped into this part, I actually want to take a quick bathroom break, get another beverage, and then jump right back into this.
Sounds good. I'll clear it without you.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Well, you know what? Actually, let me see. I want to at least walk up to the. Are you standing on my head?
I was till you moved.
I'm gonna walk up to the. So at least like if you die, you get respawned. But yeah, if you wanna rage out over there, go for it.
All right, guys. Rage equipped. Blah. There you go. Oh wow.
Control room.
That elite just took a rocket to the chest and just
The entrance
kept
to the
on
control
kicking.
center is at the top of that pyramid structure.
Hmm.
Bring me up there, and I should be able to get us inside.
So how you been, Kid Varg? It's been a while since I saw you in my little neck of the woods. I guess it's a early morning for you, or maybe not so early now. Yeah, it's a good hour to be awake. I'll allow it. Oh, that was a bad shot. What was I thinking? Alright, come on. Come on over here. Ah, I got you. Oh, hell yeah. Well, settle in. We were planning to get through levels 5, 6, and 7. I wonder. Is there fall damage? Yeah, there's fall damage. Elden Ring is going great, Kid Varg. I am enjoying it quite a bit. I just can't stream it because for whatever reason, the enemies will not render on the screen when I play it online. When I play it online. When I play it with Twitch Studios active, I and you cannot see the enemies on the screen unless I am right on top of them. I have played it offline quite a bit. I've been doing some co-op, been killing some invaders. I'm happy to say that there's a lot of people invading in Elden Ring. Most of them are terrible, which makes it all the more sweet when we absolutely destroy them. Aww. Funbex is telling me I need to use OBS. I do. I need to. But I'm liking it. I actually went and got... I haven't had a ton of spoilers, but I actually just got the item, the luring tongue item. Yeah. Well, it's an issue where there's too much juice being pulled from the CPU for the enemies to render properly, so only the oversized enemies will appear. I had it set to the lowest possible settings. I set the settings down to like 800 by 600 resolution, and everything was either like texture mapping and stuff was either off or everything was set to the lowest setting. It looked like I was playing on the PS2 and it crashed my computer. Like my computer actually like hardcore froze and I had to like pull the plug out of the wall to restart it. When I play it offline, I can play it everything on the highest graphical settings with no issues. It doesn't even make my computer get hot. Like my computer basically like I've got my computer set so that the lights will change colors based on the heat, and I'm always at level 1 or level 2 of 5. Like it's not overheating my computer, it's not taxing the CPU, it's just something about streaming it that is killing my computer. So for the time being, I can appear in other people's streams as a guest, but I cannot stream myself. Yep. So far, I've pretty much been sticking to the same kind of build that I used in Dark Souls 3, which is medium or heavy armor with medium roll speed, and I've got the pike. I've got a cold pike with the throw ability on it, because I used to use the follower javelin a lot in Dark Souls 3. And then I've got a cold morning star with spinning weapon, which is just hilarious when you get an invader trapped in a corner and they start panic rolling and you just do this and like spin your weapon in the air in front of you and watch the frost and the bleed build up. Frost and bleed are so broken in that game. It's not even funny. Like it's broken to the point where I feel bad using it, but I know I'll be the only one not using it if I don't, so I just go on ahead and laugh. But yeah, we actually, me and Megami Mori got invaded by a guy using, I think it was like the final boss's weapon or something. And I was a level 30, and we absolutely devastated this poor guy. We play dirty though, honestly. Like we don't cheat, but we don't honor is a foreign concept to our invaders. Yeah. And on the flip side, it seems like stat scaling is basically non-existent. Like there's really, as near as I can tell, there is absolutely no reason to have more than the minimum required stats for any weapon in the game. Because it's just not worth it. Like I'm looking forward to respecking my character and dropping my strength, dex, and vigor significantly to put it in something else. Wow.
Alright, I'm back. I'm ready to die more.
Well, I just took advantage of the time-honored strategy called I'm gonna run past these guys.
That's a good call. I might join you.
Maybe not. Maybe we'll just kill them. I was talking with Kid Varg about Elden Ring. I used to play a lot. I didn't stream it, but I used to play a lot of Dark Souls with my friend Megami Mori. That's actually how I met him, was on Dark Souls, and we've known each other for about 12 years now, 11 years, something like that. Basically since the first Dark Souls came out. And that was how we met, was on Dark Souls.
Okay.
And he and I have been playing some Elden Ring together, and just laughing at how ridiculously bad the invaders are. Like, they're not. I think you and I talked about that, I think, last time when you were asking me, like, games I had put the most hours in.
Right.
I think that was you, and I was saying that, like, I've actually played probably 800 to 1,000 hours of Dark Souls with Megami Mori, just killing invaders. Like, not even playing through the actual game, just, like, basically going to a place where invasions happen a lot, and then we just sit and talk about, like, films and shit while people invade us and get killed.
Right. Do you guys do Elden Ring co-op?
Yeah, we've been. He actually beat Elden Ring the day it came out, I think, or the day after it came out, and he's beaten it 2 more times since then. So it's Elden Ring co-op, but it's actually just like I was saying I do with you in Fallout. Like it's basically me running around and being like, hey, if I go to this area, will it be within like the realm of possibility for me to survive? And he'll be like, yeah or no.
Right.
And he basically just goes through and helps me kill the bosses and stuff. So it's been a very nice. It's like playing on story mode, you know? Like, I get to enjoy the story because I've got a person I've literally been playing that type of game with for a decade helping me. Yeah. And it's just like you do the online play with like Halo, and I think you said you do Call of Duty as well. So you know, like, the difference between playing by yourself or playing with like a random person versus playing with somebody that you know instinctively what they're going to do before they even do it. Makes such a huge difference in the experience, you know.
Well, I think what makes the biggest difference in my experience is that I suck at all these games that I play. So whoever I'm playing with is infinitely better at me than whatever it is we are playing. I'm struggling to think of a game where it's like I know that I can absolutely freaking dominate it, and I can only come up with one, and that is Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer, but the game type has to be domination, and I would have the riot shield with smoke grenades, and I would have the perk that lets you resupply off the dead bodies, and I would literally just run around and capture every single spot and just throw like thousands of freaking smoke grenades so nobody could see anything and just destroy everybody by points. Like I would leave the game with like 3 kills, but I was always first place in points because I just captured every spot, you know.
Yeah.
And every time people came to a game, it's like no one could see anything because I was just throwing smoke grenades everywhere all the time.
Yeah, me and Megami are at the point where like we were literally playing yesterday, and we had a guy that we were playing him. He had a bleed weapon because of course he had a bleed weapon. I tend to play very defensive, like poking style, which is why I like spears. I'll keep my spear up, and I'll literally have people run at me, and they try to do this crazy jumping attack, and I'll poke them for 80 damage and then back away. I have there's actually some videos on the YouTube of like compilation videos of us fighting groups of invaders and stuff with our Dark Souls friends. I have happily dueled a guy for half an hour in Dark Souls, and just basically gotten him to the point where he's so angry he does something stupid, and then I kick him off a cliff or something. And I'm just like, good try. So I'm a very conservative player. I like to turtle up basically. And we got invaded by this guy yesterday that he hit me a couple of times, and I was like, all right, so he's got bleed. I said, looks like about 4 hits will bleed me. And he's like 4 or 5. And I said, I'm thinking probably 4. And he's like, okay, cool. So we're fighting with this guy for about 5 minutes, and he's being really squirrely. And finally, I'm just like, and without saying anything to Megami, I'm just like, you know what, fuck this. And Megami is like backed away behind him, healing. Because he hurt Megami a little bit. Megami goes to heal, and I run up, put my shield up, and I run right in place on the guy. And he panics, rolls twice, and then turns around and he starts hitting me. And I literally just stand there with my shield up as he's hitting me, knowing that when he hits me 4 times, I will die from blood loss. But I also see Megami running up behind him. And as he hit me the 3rd time, Megami grabbed him from behind and backstabbed him for like 800 damage and killed him. And,
oh, God.
And I knew that was going to happen, but without us having to discuss the strategy. And that's just the difference of playing with somebody for that long. Was just like, all right, I'm going to get this guy good and pissed off. And when he starts freaking out and flailing at me, I know Megami's going to come up and kill him for me. I don't even have to actually swing at him.
Oh, wait, did you die?
Yeah, I did, but I got better. So it's super fun. But I'm with you though about the skill thing. Like I will say that I am definitely greater than the sum of my parts when it comes to like Dark Souls PvP. Megami is the hard carry, and I'm basically like another weapon in his arsenal that he uses to get kills.
And you've known him for 12 years?
I met him. We were playing the original. I was playing the original Dark Souls, and I was in one of the starting areas where it's probably like the first area that most people do any kind of co-op play in the original Dark Souls. And I summoned a guy. We joined up in like a little voice chat, and we were talking. And when I got invaded, this is a fun story actually. We got invaded almost immediately, and this guy shows up and bows to me, because that's like a thing. Like there's invaders that try to pretend like there's something honorable in them forcing their way into your world to kill you and make you lose all your money. like it's some sort of honorable thing. So he shows up and he goes to bow to me, and as he bows, I sprint forward and drop kick him off the bridge into a hole, and he dies instantly. And this other player was like, dude, you didn't even actually let him do anything. I said, hey man, he invaded me. He's gonna play by my fucking rules. Like, I'm not. This isn't an honorable duel. He literally is an invader. He's trying to kill me. Fuck that guy. And he thought that was hilarious. And he was like, there's somebody I feel like you should meet. He's a friend of mine. And that was how I met Megami. It was like not even because I found Megami in Dark Souls. I literally found somebody that knew Megami in real life. They live in California, and I live in Virginia. And he was like, I have a friend IRL that I think you should meet, and I'm gonna set up a co-op, a time for us to all play Dark Souls co-op.
Nice.
And we've been gaming together for over a decade now. Year before last, he actually flew out to VA and stayed with us for a week. We went.
Nice.
He stayed with us for about 3 days, and then we rented a house. Well, actually, it was 2 weeks. Because we rented a house in the Outer Banks, and with me, him, my girlfriend, and then 2 other friends of ours, and one of the friends' brothers. So we had like 6 of us. We all rented a house at the beach together, and spent a week there, and then came back, and he spent like another 3 days with us, and then went home.
That is a cool story. Wow.
That's yeah. And I told him, I was like, I hope you're not offended, but I did lock the bedroom door the first couple of nights you were staying with us. And he was like, I mean, hey man, I'm not gonna kill you on the first night, because then people are gonna, because my ticket's not for 2 weeks, you know, people are gonna smell something before before I can leave. It was a big joke to him, but oh, I was scratching my eye. Damn it, get away. Well, you just gonna sit there and let me stick you, buddy? Okay. What'd you say?
I said there's another hunter up there.
Ah. I guess we're gonna have to kill him.
I mean, you're gonna have to kill him because I literally have no ammo. I have grenades.
Just go get him. Go get him with your plasma pistol. You'll be fine. Go punch him a couple of times. Oh, that looked like it hurt. Your entire upper half of your body just jerked 180 degrees when that happened. Whee! I too am out of ammo. And I am also out of health.
This guy just wants to stay in one spot. Oh my god. This level is so long, dude.
Dude, you know what the best part is? Is we get to run like half of this in the other direction once we get to where we're going. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. This is an obnoxiously long level. There are levels with more enemies, but there is no other level that is so wide freaking open and just a never-ending slog like like this one is.
It is truly never-ending. I mean, like every time I feel like we're going somewhere different, it looks exactly the same.
We got to get to the top of this building, and then we got to go like all through that base, and then once we get through that base, we come out and we have to run, I think, a significant chunk of the stage going in the opposite direction. So how did you, because you and Arrow seem pretty tight, how did you find Arrow?
It was a random New Vegas, just hunting for New Vegas streams.
I got you. Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh, I thought that was you. I was like, what are you doing?
No, I got killed.
Oh.
I'm normally not in streams in the morning. I think I had the day
I fucking knew it was gonna happen, but I had to try.
Yeah, no, I saw that. Yeah, I just got into the stream and I was like, this is the most interactive New Vegas stream I've ever been in. So I was like, yeah, I'll definitely drop this guy a follow. Like, he's clearly putting in a lot of effort here. And sure enough, I think he only probably had like 1 or 2 more New Vegas streams after that, and then he went back to Skyrim.
Yeah.
They're not back yet. I'm not sure what he was playing before that, but yeah, but that was it. That was, I would say, I don't know, maybe 4 months ago.
Do you know, if you don't want to answer me, you don't have to, but I was going to ask, do you know Platty in real life? Because it seems like you guys are pretty close, or is that just somebody that you found in Arrow's stream? Oh, yeah, sorry, buddy.
No, yeah, I know Platty from Arrow's stream.
I gotcha.
And yeah, she's been, like, super cool to, like, hang out and talk with. And, like, I mean, we've had Discord chat, not voice chat, but we, like, talk on Discord. She's always on my stream. She's been streaming recently, so I've been coming to her streams.
Oh. Why nobody tell me?
Yeah, she's been doing like streams for like graphic design, and I believe she plans on doing some gaming too. I think we were talking last night about getting into N64 emulator streams.
Right. Okay.
So she wants to play a game called Glover. I don't know if you ever heard of that.
Oh God! Somebody was trying to get Yelleth to play that the other day. Who did she hear about that game from?
She just remembers it from her childhood. She's like, yeah, like I vaguely remember this like game where you're a glove and you're walking around, and it's like basically built up the Super Mario N64 engine. So yeah, it's basically Mario N64, but with a glove.
I was gonna say somebody from Jag Bros had to have told her about that game.
Have you seen people play it?
No, but Nintendo Joey and sorry, buddy. Nintendo Joey and Vidoof were trying really hard to get Yelleth to play it, and he was just like, "No, I will not."
Yeah. I mean, sure enough, I looked it up last night, and there's people speedrunning it. So there's a whole community speedrunning Glover.
Lord. You know what I think? I think F all this noise.
Where do we gotta go up top, like where those hunters are?
Yeah, we gotta get to the top of this building. But I'm tired of this game's silliness. And I'm gonna be...
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we just jump on that thing? That was like a huge time save. I don't know about that.
I think if we get up to the top and then fall down, we might die from fall damage.
Let me see. I'm not as good at jumping on super thin surfaces like you are, but alright. Oh god. Oh,
Well, I would say don't commit yourself to it just yet, because I might jump off of this and then die.
Oh, I'm already on my way. I'm already going. Is there a door up there?
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh no. Yep, I died. Oh god, and I'm afraid of heights, so that was terrible. If you,
I saw the green arrow going down, and I was like, oh man.
I would say if you slide off on the left, right there where it gets more narrow, you might be okay. Nope, not there. A little further up. Oh, bye, friend.
No.
Nice butt shot though. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Oh.
No problem. That's gotta be like we need to utilize that track there though, because this being on the ground here is really not working, and I just don't have enough ammo to like kill those hunters.
Now listen here, sir. You were clearly dead long before you got on that ghost. I'm gonna try something. This might not work. I might just die like a chump. But at this point, who cares? Oh, you bastard! He bumped me.
Are you in the? Oh, you're in the crevice there.
Yeah, I was gonna try to steer the ghost up the side of that thing.
Oh wait. So you hold on. I might be able to get out of there, and I have a ghost now too.
Actually, you know what? Or I could just not reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
it is killable. I mean,
I mean, the people might help with one goes.
maybe they are pretty slow. I need you, friend, and I need you not on a vehicle. 'Cause
What are you gonna do?
I was gonna jump off your head onto here. No, it's not gonna work. Scatter! He's got our range. Oh god.
It didn't work?
No, it's made to make you slide off.
Okay.
Bless me. Sorry, everybody. I couldn't cover my mouth for that one. I was too busy killing that grunt.
So Platy explained it like that is the one that dropped you off at your stream. It's been his services.
And has been.
No!
I'm the one who did what now?
She said Fen is the one that dropped me off at your stream. It's been his since.
Oh.
You gotta get Platy on that next level. She's gonna be a next level streamer, that's for sure.
Next level in a metaphysical sense, or like next level like she's gonna be an affiliate?
I'm seeing maybe affiliate in 2-3 months and then partner in like a year.
Okay.
Something like that. What
Well,
do you think?
the pact. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of Jank Bros members now. We're like up to 80 members in that community now, which is crazy to me. I think I'm almost as proud of the number of people in the Jank Bros community as I am of the number of followers I've got on my channel. I don't know how many of them are aware of this, but a lot of the early members all know that the pact is whichever one of us gets partner is going to create a team, because once you're a partner you can make like a stream team, and it helps boost exposure for everybody on the team. So the idea is that like once one of us gets partner, we can make a stream team, and stream teams can have up to like either 50 or 100 streamers in them. So the most active people, or like the biggest people in there, are going to like use that to kind of springboard themselves up to the next level.
Is there anybody that's pretty close?
Aeon is easily the closest one. I mean,
Okay.
like real talk. I don't know how many Jank Bros Aeon interacts with on a regular basis, but like as far as like the people that you'll see in our stream, just from a numbers perspective, it would be Aeon or Angelic Jade, Angelic Jade or Alice HK88. Those are the three that they consistently have really high viewership and that kind of thing. Yelleth, I think, will easily get partner one day. I don't think it's going to be within a year, but I think if Yelleth sticks with it, Yelleth would probably get partner on his own in about 2 to 3 years.
How long has Yelleth been streaming?
I have known. I started following Yelleth when he had like maybe 10 followers. I think he didn't have a lot, and I think that was about 8 months ago. I'd have to look it up. He's been streaming for less than a year, as far as I know. Yelleth, what? How long have you been streaming? He's listening in on me. I'd be a lot closer to partner if he'd bring me one of those juicy 25-person raids.
Oh my god.
Was it August that you started Yelleth, or was it sooner than that? He said, yeah, less than a year.
Wow.
Yeah, I started streaming last January. But I don't know.
Did you have like a game plan in mind when you started, or were you just like, all right, I'm just gonna start it and see where it goes?
I just really wanted to play. He says he thinks it was June or July. I was close. So he's coming up on a year. I honestly just wanted to play old stuff, and not really like old stuff like, oh, I want to play this old retro game that I've never seen before. Like, I specifically had a lot of games from my childhood that I wanted to play and like talk about and share with people. Like, I always talk about Rings of Power, but like Rings of Power, like stuff like that's the stuff that I most enjoy, is just sitting down and playing a game from when I was 10 years old that nobody else has ever heard of. And if one person comes in and sees that and is like, "Oh, this is really cool. I want to try this out." Then that's like a victory for me. Um, that was really the main thing. And then we talked about it last time. I told you I kind of had to play some more mainstream stuff. I've changed my schedule up probably like 5 times since I started streaming. Um,
That terminal, try there.
but I don't. I did not and do not have a plan. I wear Hawaiian shirts. I stream in a bathtub. Just, are these the actions of a man with a plan, Leggett? I ask you.
Sometimes no plan is the best plan, so I think you're doing all right.
This ring isn't a cudgel, you barbarian. It's something else.
Do people give you smack for talking about Rings of Power?
This ring.
No, I've been on a kick because I've managed to convince like 3 people to play it in the last couple of weeks, and then I've also streamed it recently. So I've been on a Rings of Power kick, and
No, that can't be.
yeah.
Oh, covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs. Covenant found something.
But I like to play a lot of the old Sega and Super Nintendo games, and that honestly, those are the streams that were most fun, most successful when I was first starting out, was just the ones where I was playing games with like 6 or 7 people, and just like basically being like, hey guys, did you know about this? And like, showing off secrets in the game, and like talking about the development of the game and stuff like that. Like, just being able to like share something from when I was younger, and kind of impart some of that joy from my childhood to other people. That's the main thing that I like. It's not so much like, I want to get a 50 kill no scope kill spree today on Fortnite. Like,
Like every other streamer.
yeah. Watch this, guys. Ha ha ha! I did it. Not realizing I've been doing that exact motion off stream for 1,000 hours so that I could do it that one time.
Right. Alright, so what's the annoying factor on this level?
Oh, I guess I lied. So we're not. So the other level I was talking about.
I'm kind of glad that we're not traversing that level and going back where we came from.
We will see that stage again.
Oh God.
Without giving any other spoilers, we will have to see that stage again. Okay. The basic gist of this one, because I was running my mouth, big surprise. Cortana hooked up to the control panel in that room and basically realized that Halo is some kind of a weapon, and we're going to stop Captain Keyes because Captain Keyes had led a separate group to this area, because there had been a lot of Covenant activity there, and they believed that there was some kind of a weapon hidden in this area that the Covenant were trying to retrieve. And now we're getting like mayday signals and stuff coming through our radios. Looks like a thing up there. Oh, enemies!
They were right there the whole time. Well, I'm just glad to not be looking at that level. If we have to go
It'll pass. Well, I'm just glad that I think we killed 12 hunters on that stage. As far as I can remember, I think there might be 2 hunters on this whole level. This is one of those stages that could have benefited from a map.
What, like on a multiplayer?
No, just from like knowing where the hell you're going, because
Oh, right.
it's not really open and it's not really a path. It's more just like you have to move in a generally forward direction.
Yeah.
I think there was a multiplayer map of this though. I feel like there was a glitch you could do to get like on top of the stage in the jungle stage. Oh well, I got stuck by something. My pistol's gone, which is lovely.
I think the real question is, I mean, as we move through the Master Chief Collection, inevitably, we are going to beat this thing on Legendary. We will. I don't care if it takes us a year or 2. However long it's going to take, we're going to get there. But once we get there, are we going to do infinite co-op?
I don't actually own Halo Infinite. Is Halo 5 part of this? I don't think I've even played Halo 5.
No, yeah, so Halo 5 is not.
Is Halo 5 on Steam?
I don't know. It's gotta be.
I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, so I have to do 5 too. I still have 5, so I can just start playing 5. I got maybe a quarter of a way through the campaign, and then that's when I joined the army, and then I couldn't see my Xbox for years.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I still got to do 5, and I'm basically almost done with Infinite. Okay, so once MCC is done, we got to jump on 5.
There we go.
Oh,
Friend, why?
oh my god. What the hell? Oh, that's
You were. I was actually touching your body when that explosion hit you, and somehow I was not harmed at all. I'm sorry that happened.
That was hilarious. No, I'm glad you created a moment there. That was great. Oh my god.
So you've not played this game at all, you said, or you haven't played through this much, or?
For Combat Above, I've probably got maybe a quarter to a third of the way through the campaign. But that was rewind back to the original Xbox days. It's probably the year 2002.
Right.
Or 2003. And my roommate, I went to college at UCF in Orlando, and we rented a house. Me and 3 other guys rented a house, and one of my roommates had an Xbox, and he also had a PlayStation. He had every gaming console, but he was playing PS2 mostly. So he was PS2 at the time? Yeah, PS2. I think PS2 had just came out. And he was like, yeah, look, I'm on PS2, so if you want to play my Xbox, you can just keep it in your room. And I was like, all right, cool. So I had the Xbox in my room, and playing this game, I probably got about a third of the way through it, and then I got basically I had to move home from Orlando back to Miami. My experiment in college was over because I got academically suspended from not only UCF but also Valencia Community College. Because I just did not care about grades at all. I was just like, I was working at a bar at the time. I was a bar back. I was partying. For me, college was like a total party. So,
I gotcha.
but at some point, like, you know, it was just like flying too close to the sun. And at some point, I was like, all right. Like, my parents were like, look, you're gonna move back home, and you're gonna get a job, and you're gonna go back to school, but you're gonna be like under the watchful provision of us, because we just wasted like thousands of dollars sending you to school, and you basically just pissed it all away.
Yeah.
So that was the end of my Xbox days, because then I had to move home, and I didn't have my roommate's Xbox anymore. So I didn't get to finish it then. But then my brother's best friend came over one day with his Xbox, and we were playing Halo 2. And I definitely finished that campaign, but I don't remember any of it, because I mean, we're talking like 20 years ago at this point.
Right.
So like when we jump on it, like the nostalgia is definitely going to kick in, especially once I grab a sniper rifle in Halo 2. Like, I'm just going to be forever trying to just only keep the fucking sniper rifle, because I think like that's when the sniper rifle came into its own.
Right.
For this game, and then, but I don't remember. I definitely beat it, but I don't remember any of the lore, the story about it at all. and I didn't get any of the multiplayer, because we didn't have like any kind of like DSL or Ethernet or anything like that back then.
You should let me use you as a stepping stool here.
Okay.
You know what we actually need to go back and replay the last level, because
Get the fuck out of here.
because we didn't get the storyline bit for that level. Remember, there's like the hidden computer in every stage. We totally just forgot about looking for it.
Oh, you're talking about the things they put into the game?
Yeah, the little lore points.
I mean, I am totally fine with that.
You're like, I don't need to know the story that bad.
You know what? That's something I could YouTube to know the story. Now, if there's like an achievement,
We just skipped a huge chunk of the level, by the way.
Oh, did you jump to wherever you jumped?
Yeah, I jumped up and then ran. Like, we were supposed to have to go through a whole other little section, I think, and I just like skipped it to here.
Oh, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Continue your story.
Well, I was just saying, like, at that point, like, I beat Halo 2, don't remember anything about it, and didn't get to play any multiplayer, because we didn't have any kind of broadband Ethernet at the time. And then I think I probably switched over to PlayStation for a while after that. I think I was playing, like, Twisted Metal and Final Fantasy X and, like, all kinds of other stuff. And then fast forward, I don't know, I guess a couple years, and then I got an Xbox 360, and I got Halo 3, and a buddy of mine who brought over his Xbox where we played Halo 2 with, he is like basically MLG. I mean, this guy is like ultra pro Halo, and he was coming over to our house all the time, like playing Halo 3, and I was like, yeah, okay. I was hesitant to jump on it, because I was like, man, I'm gonna get sucked into this game, and I know, like, I'm already sucked into Modern Warfare, like how many games can I get sucked into?
Right.
And sure enough, I did get sucked into 3, but it was mostly, I did beat it, but I don't remember anything about it. I think I beat it on normal, and then I just stuck with multiplayer forever. I was playing the multiplayer a lot, but I was also doing the Forge and making my own levels. I think I probably spent more time in Forge than anything else. And then probably the same thing with Halo 4. Beat it on normal, played multiplayer, did the Forge with that. Same thing with Reach. I don't know the timeline between 4 and Reach, like when they came out.
I'm not 100% either. I feel like Reach came out before 4.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because I think 4 was the one that introduced, they had like the co-op. They had like a co-op storyline, didn't they? Where you play as like Blue Team, or there's like some other Spartan squad that you could play as. I don't know.
But then after like 4 and Reach and everything, Call of like Black Ops 2, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 3, and like it was just Call of Duty for years and years and years after that. It was a little bit of Battlefield, Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4 at the time, but Halo did not come back into my life until right before I joined the Army. My mom bought me
Let's get this door open.
the Halo 5 edition
But it looks like these covers are
of
pretty hard to
Xbox
lock it
One,
down.
which is what I've been playing on still. It's like I'm looking at it right now. So I got the Halo 5 edition, and I started playing it, but then, fast forward, like, a couple months later, and I was already joining the Army. I could have beat it in that time, but I was also, like, getting sucked into, like, Black Ops 3 and, like, all kinds of other Call of Duty games.
I got you.
So I don't have any 5 under my belt. I have, like, a little bit of campaign under my belt, but, like, every time I've tried to get back into it, I've just been, like, way too drunk to do it any justice.
A bad feeling about this.
I got a bad feeling about this.
What's going on, soldier?
So did you not get into 5 because like you didn't have a console, or were you just not like into where they were taking the direction of the game?
I had just moved on to the PS4 instead of the what was it, the Xbox One? Was that the Xbox One? Okay. Yeah, see, I can't even keep up with the systems anymore. Yeah, that was it. Was basically like I got lured in by Destiny, so I got a PS4 instead of the next Xbox console, and that was the system that Megami and Tapatio and the others were all planning to play Dark Souls on. So that was the one I got.
Okay.
Don't even think about it, Marine. Chickens! Why would he throw that away? You'd think he'd want to keep a hold of that, wouldn't you? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
that's basically like finding a dog tag and then just throwing it in the corner of the room. Like, what the?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, maybe Cortana recorded it or something. I don't know. That's just kind of weird that he would just throw it away like the chip is gonna somehow infect him. Oh, get this away from me.
Or like it's like casually like a cigarette, like I'm done with this.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oh god, is there a hunter over here? I'm seeing some big. Oh, holy crap!
Is there a hunter? No hunters. The flood can't infect hunters because of their body styles.
Yeah.
How up are you on the Halo lore for the different races?
Not nearly as much as I should be.
So
In fact, like I'm gonna lean on you to provide most of the lore. I
so
do want to like absorb lore as we go through the games and hopefully contribute when I can. But I mean, in these early stages, it's gonna be all you.
the hunters are actually colonies of worms. They're not one being. Like, if you look at them up close in the later games, you can actually see, like, basically these colonies of worms have like a queen or like a head brain for the colony, and those head worms basically create all of these other worms that they use to create these bodies for themselves, or like to protect themselves, like fire ants. The fire ant, if there's a flood, fire ants will create a raft to hold the queen and the eggs up to keep them safe.
Right.
It's the same kind of thing with the hunters. So the reason the hunters always come in pairs is because the queens or whatever, like the head worms, mate for life. And if they separate them, if the covenants separate them, then they just basically lay down and die. but the hunters are all slaves. Like, they basically force them into armor and make them fight, but because they're not actually one life form, the flood can infect them because they're actually just millions of little tiny worms that are led by a hive mind of their own.
Okay. Well.
So just remember, every time you kill a pair of hunters in this game, you're killing a married couple that is just trying to defend itself against its will.
They were on honeymoon.
Actually, one of the worst and most depressing things about the Halo universe. I still see some movement up there, but I don't know if he can get out.
Oh, there they are. I see him. Oh, they're like behind the door. I don't know if you can see it.
Or are they down here?
They gotta be, because I can see the movement, but it's like they're behind the door or something. Yeah, here they are. Holy crap.
Behind you. I'd say just fall back into the door here. And with these ones, you know, the red things on them are their weak spot. The little red tendrils coming out of their faces or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's actually really ironic in a way because the Covenant, like in the lore, the Covenant kind of mock humans for still being so reliant on ballistic weapons. And part of the reason that the Covenant are so advanced is because they've made it their business. Like, it's like an act of religion for them to just steal and repurpose Forerunner technology, right? Well,
Right.
the Forerunners got overrun because they couldn't stop the flood, and their weapons are being used by the Covenant, whereas like the more traditional ballistic weapons tend to be more effective against them.
Okay.
So it's kind of I think it's funny, like ironically funny that, you know, the Covenant are basically like, haha, humans are so primitive. You know, they make war by throwing tiny pieces of metal through the air at high speeds, whereas we use plasma. But that's like exactly the reason the humans are better suited to fight off the flood than the Covenant are.
Yeah.
No, thank you so much for being here, Plunbex. You are always a welcome addition to the stream. As always, it was great to see you. I will look forward to our next meeting, which I'm hoping will be Monday. We're going to be doing another RPG. Not sure what it'll be yet, but it'll be something good. Not Beyblade, but I am going to try to find a ROM for that. But we're not playing Beyblade next week, but we'll see what it's going to be. Have a good night, sir. Plunbex is heading out. So we came in from here. This is where we came in from.
Okay.
Because I came through here and then I was like, ooh, needler ammo, and then I bounced over there and used you as a springboard.
Yeah. if you know any more of those kind of spots where you can just jump and kind of take advantage of the way this game is laid out, by all means, just go ahead and do it. Because technically, as long as we beat the game on Legendary, then we've done our mission.
Yeah.
How we do it, you know, I mean, that's up to you. I don't have very strict standards. As long as we beat it, as long as I see the end of the game, we beat it.
I probably knew a lot more that I've forgotten. When we get to Halo 2, there's going to probably be some other ones. I told you the one, when you first land on Earth on Halo 2, we can basically skip like half the first stage.
Let's do it.
Very, very, yes, please, let's. That's when I officially stopped playing Master Chief Collection. I was trying to play that stage legit, and there's a part where you go into an alley with like 4 sniper jackals and 3 invisible elites, and I just kept dying over and over, and I finally was just like, fuck this game, fuck it, ah, like punched a hole in my desk and then turned the game off and never turned it back on. Calrea actually came in and was like, "You're done." I was like, "No, I know I'm done. I've already turned it off." Voice cracking and everything, right? No, I'm done.
Oh my
I'm not gonna play it
was
anymore.
this on stream?
No, that part was off stream.
Okay.
I don't know if that video made it. That might be one of the videos that didn't make it onto the YouTube. I'll have to look and see. But I was very, very ragey. I basically played this game solo up to the point where you and I were stuck in that hangar. And we were, you know, the elites kept running in and attacking us. And it took us like 45 minutes to get through that first little bit. So I was stuck there, and I was like, all right, we're going to go play Halo 2 instead. And I just cruised through the first level of Halo 2, and then got to that second bit and just absolutely lost it. Fuck this game. Ah!
I appreciate the rage. I think it's hilarious. Like, I can see it. I don't have to have seen it in person to not be able to imagine what it was like.
Oh, I showed my butt. Yeah.
And I will say, if for some reason you do rage out and bring the control, are you on keyboard and mouse, or are you on a controller right now?
No, I'm using a wired 360 controller.
Oh, nice.
I don't know what I'm gonna do when this controller finally. I have actually beaten the ever loving hell out of this controller. Like, if you watch my Mega Man speedruns, I am literally taking this thing and just smashing it into the desk and yelling, and I've thrown it across the room, and it always works. I bought a replacement for it because the D-pad is not great when you're trying to play Mega Man. Like, the D-pad, it's not ideal to speedrun Mega Man 2 using a wired Xbox 360 controller. Let me just say. So I was like, well, I'm gonna get a new one. Maybe the sensitivity will be a little bit better. And I had that thing for like 2 weeks, and I like accidentally I never like threw it or did anything with it, and I literally went to play with it one day and was like, why is this cracked? What happened? Did I step on this controller or something? Like, so I was like, well, that was a waste of $20. I guess I'm gonna go back to my 15-year-old game controller that literally, like, the thumbstick is just plastic. When I play too much, the left thumbstick actually leaves like a black stain on my finger where the rubber's so like worn out on it.
Right.
And I've tried to find like another wired, like an actual wired Xbox 360 controller, and it just cannot be done. Like, you can buy ones that look like they probably have cockroaches living in them off of eBay for $30, and I'm not doing that.
You're talking about like the wires installed permanently into the controller, right? Not like it's USB, you just plug it in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I have one that actually has like the 7-foot long cord, like an original Xbox 360 wired controller that came with the system when I bought it.
So are you like taking it easy on that controller, so because you know how precious they are? Like,
No, I beat the hell out of it, and it works just fine. It's like impossible to break. This is the one I'm telling you. This is the one that I smash into stuff when I'm playing Mega Man, and I've thrown it across the room. Like,
do you have clips of the rage from like Mega Man or Halo 2?
I have not specifically saved clips of that, but the Mega Man speedruns have the rage in them. I did not clip out the ragey bits.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're on the YouTube channel, or are they VODs for Twitch?
My PB videos are VODs on Twitch. The others are all on YouTube. There's quite a few of them on YouTube.
Okay.
And I will, anybody who's like, oh, I want to watch that, I'm just gonna warn you, you're gonna see me play the Flashman stage about 8,000 times, because I'm one of those people that I reset a lot when I'm speedrunning. Because there are certain parts of the game that I have down, and I don't need practice to do it. Like, I'm one of those people, I couldn't be like an actually good speedrunner, because I can't just practice over and over and over forever. Like, I want to get good at the parts I'm not good at, and I don't want to waste my time playing the parts I am good at over and over, right? Yeah. So there's a couple of sections in the first half of the game, first third of the game, that require very precise jumps. So like Bubble Man, I call it the frog yump, where you basically surfboard over the top of 3 frog enemies, and you have to do like frame perfect jumps. And I've probably failed that jump about 30 times on stream and then reset the game. But that's the 4th stage that I play in the run. So like the first 3 stages, when I was trying to get better at the frog yump, there was a lot of me resetting and playing Flashman, Quickman, Airman over and over and over. Or I guess it'd be the 5th stage. Flashman, Quickman, Airman, Metal Man.
I wonder if there's like, so Link to the Past has this really great like practice utility where you can just constantly like enter whatever room it is you want to practice and like develop your strat, and then whenever you're done with that room, or if you mess up in that room, you can just hit a button and it just resets it automatically and you go right back into that room. Just do it over and over and over again. Versus like playing the game and getting to the level and it's like, alright, I'm playing the level again, I gotta take my whole level over. Like it breaks the Link to the Past tool breaks it up in chunks. And I wonder if there's something like that similar for Mega Man.
I'm sure there probably is. And you can honestly, using the legacy, playing on the Legacy Collection, you could just make a save state and just reload the room over and over. But
yeah,
that's too much like work. I just hit reset. I am a very smart person, but I am not a smart streamer. I do stupid things when I stream.
What did you think about like Mega Man X, like that whole new generation of Mega Man?
I have never played any of them, honestly.
Really?
The reason I started playing Mega Man 2 was because I played Mega Man 2 when I was a kid. Like, that was the reason I played it. I put a timer on it because people kept saying, when are you going to speedrun? And I was like, I'm going to speedrun this so that they'll leave me alone. Not actually thinking that I would do what qualifies as a speedrun. And then had fun, so I was like, well, I guess I'll do it again. I was going to ask you if you saw that swaggy maneuver, but now I know that you didn't because I was invisible.
Yeah. Yeah, I was too busy dying.
Oh,
What's up with this bridge?
It's broken, so it just flashes in and out.
Oh, okay.
Is there even a reason to be up here? I thought I was getting a... Oh, yeah, here we go, here we go. Yeah, so this, like, how I got up here so quickly, when we came in the room, I literally ran and crouch jumped onto this little pillar in the middle. The outer edge of it has, like, a slope, and you'll slide off when you jump up there, but I basically just jumped as soon as I hit it, and then bounced off the head of this flood right here, and...
Where are you? Oh, okay. Should we be up where you are, or should... Because there's a door, I think, right below you.
Eventually, I think we're supposed to be where I am. I'm fighting enemies right now, so I'm gonna pretend like I'm a smarty. And I'm in the right area. Now, there is also a door on the other side, so I think that the path is supposed to, like, loop through. Oh, there's a lot of... There's a lot of little boys on that little spot. So I'm gonna try to get you to spawn next to me. I don't know which direction we would be coming from versus going to, is the only thing. So we may end up, like, I may just start running and then we find ourselves back in this room and it's like, well, time to turn around and go back the other way.
Let's see.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What the?
What's up?
Oh, come on. So they were trying to, I think I was right underneath you on the lower level, and they were trying to attack you through the ceiling.
Okay, yeah, so this is where you would have come in. Jump up here. And then come... So we didn't actually save that much space. But we would have come through here. Oh no, it's the ones underneath us. And then we'd come through here and go through this door.
So you haven't played any of the Mega Man X's, all like that new generation?
I've played them like 20 minutes, you know, so like I've played them enough to know what they are. I didn't stop playing them because I didn't like them. It was more just like, yeah, I'll give it a try, and then I just went and did something else.
Okay. I thought it was more like, you were like, nah, I don't like this.
No, I literally just I played them. I had the original like Mega Man trilogy for the NES when I was a kid, so
Okay.
I never much cared. I didn't much care for 1. I did 3, and 3 was a little weird and trolly for me when I was a kid. 2 was just hard, so like it was a fun experience to be able to go back and beat that game, having never been able to beat it as a kid, you know.
Right.
That was the basic impetus for it. And I'd like to be able to do more of that, but again, like I can only stream those on the Switch right now, and the Switch has really bad input lag when you're streaming through it. The way my computer is set up, because I don't have like a legit. I need to get like a legit HDMI splitter and see if that fixes it. But I just haven't had the money. So once I do that, I'm gonna try it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna probably download like a. I'm either gonna get one of those like, what are they called, like a Retron or whatever. It's like some console that's got like a bunch of old Nintendo games built into it.
Oh yeah, I used to have one.
Or
I used to have one that I plugged like the wrong power supply into it, and it completely fried. Like
Oh.
it was on fire. Basically.
that's
But it was only like $40 or something. I think it was that expensive.
yeah. So I want to play more. I want to play like some Castlevanias and things like that.
Do those like all-in-one consoles have like their own categories for speedrunning too?
I don't think so. I don't think that they consider it an official speed run if you're running it on that type of hardware, because it can be, depending on the game and how serious the community is, some of those can be manipulated more easily than others. For me, I'd just be playing the games to have fun. Like I wouldn't be speed running Castlevania or anything like that.
Okay.
I don't know
What's your history
where I'm
with,
going.
what's your history with something like Mario Brothers?
The only Mario that I've actually streamed is Yoshi's Island. It's the only Mario I've streamed since I started. I would. Yoshi's Island.
Okay.
I would stream them, but again, that's going back to that same thing of like the Switch having such bad input lag. I can pretty much only use it to play like RPGs on, because those aren't like I tried to play Super Metroid, and I used to just cruise. I'd beat Super Metroid like 2 or 3 times in an afternoon as a kid, and it was basically unplayable. There was like a 4-second input delay when I was trying to do jumps and stuff. And it was horrible. I died.
Oh, you're dead?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Hold on, let me figure that out.
There we go.
Might need you to keep it up.
I honestly just ran out of ammo. I was in this little tiny hallway with a needler trying to kill some guys, and it just didn't happen. Oh, yay. We love the lag. We love the warps. I feel like they could remake this game. They did, right? But they could remake this game, and they could cut down the visibility by about 50% in this level, and it would have made it a lot creepier. You know?
Oh yeah.
Like really cut the dark, like crank the darkness up.
Yeah. Maybe put like some weather effects, like some just like underlying fog or something.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can't go anywhere.
Yeah, that would have been cool. They did like a Resident Evil kind of twist to the environment.
Well, and they literally have a flashlight in the game. So why didn't they put more dark areas in the game? Yeah. Oh.
I definitely team killed you. Damn it. I think that's the first team kill. I know you say, I think you said a couple times before, like, oh yeah, was that you? Was that you? I think that was my first actual team kill.
Oh god, I just keep warping in place. Well, congratulations. You finally killed me.
Yeah.
Hope you're proud of yourself.
I'm pretty sure you team killed me today. So
I did actually just use you as like a backstop for a rocket so that I could kill a hunter. And if I'm being completely honest, I openly admitted at the time that it was a calculated thing. I was like, sorry, man. I didn't have any other ammo, so I knew what I had to do.
No, it's totally cool.
Time to shoot Leggett in the back with high explosive ordnance. Ah! I've gone the wrong way!
Have you gone through like any growing pains as you've been growing your channel? Like, so for example, like there's gotta be times where like you start streaming and you're streaming for like 10 or 15 minutes and then all of a sudden you're just like, man, I'm just not feeling this. And like you just wanna just like end the stream. Have you ever had like a moment like that?
Not during, but I actually didn't stream yesterday for that reason. I was watching somebody play a stream, and I looked and I was like, oh shit, it's like 5:45, and I had planned to play Breath of Fire, Monday and Wednesday, and then I had planned to do just like whatever Tuesday and Thursday, and I literally couldn't think of anything that I wanted to stream. And I'm sitting there chatting with this person in his stream, being like, yeah, I don't know what I want to play. I don't know what I want to play. I got to play something, though. I don't know what I want to play. And I was just like, you know what? If it's this hard for me to, like, I literally have over 100 games on Steam. If it's this hard for me to think of something I want to play on stream, then I'm not going to stream tonight. Like, early on, I had that. There would be times, like, I would never just, like, end. I think there might have been, like, one time where I was just like, you know what? F this noise. I don't feel like streaming this anymore. And I'll get mad at a game and quit or something like that. But like as far as like I just don't want to stream now. Bye guys. I've generally tried very early on. I was kind of a slave to the schedule. But I saw I got a little bit of South on there. Did you hear that? I saw my accent came through. I saw other streamers that were pushing themselves too hard, and it was having an adverse effect on them to the point where there's actually a couple of people that I used to enjoy streaming that just gave up. And I've
Entirely?
yeah, like I haven't seen them live in 6 months, kind of thing. Because it was just too much. It was too much work to stream. So that's like when I put a message in my Discord the other day where I was like, hey guys, I don't know what I want to stream, and if I stream and I don't want to, then that makes it work, and I'm not a partner yet, so later. Like, and I just played Elden Ring with Megami for like 4 hours. And that was what I did.
Yeah.
I died. These guys are eating all my ammo. All I had left was shotgun, and there was a lot of them.
Yeah, I got no ammo.
So.
Literally no ammo. Yeah, I mean, I haven't hit that kind of a wall yet, but I've seen other people. So one of the streamers that I follow pretty closely is this guy Ed Ordinary, and he is the world record holder for no major glitches in Link to the Past.
Nice.
And he has a, or at least he did have like a huge following. I mean, there was like usually at least anywhere between 50 and 100 people in his stream every day. And he was the world record holder still is the world record holder as far as I know, and but like so he holds the record, but he wants to do better, right? So he keeps grinding links to the past, and it's like you can just see it like just suck away your life,
Yeah.
like you could just feel that he's like not happy as a person. Like he's certainly talented at the game, and like he's certainly talented as a streamer, but like you just get this sense of like, man, this game is like owning my life instead of me playing this game. It's like the game's playing me.
Yeah.
And like streaming playing me, and this whole thing is becoming what used to be fun is now exhausting.
Yeah. And that's something that I've, I fully understand and appreciate and acknowledge the value of mindfulness and self-care and all that jazz, but I'm not one of those people that's like, don't forget to take 15 minutes to breathe deeply, guys. Like I don't do that. Like I'm not like, let's all be mindful for 10 minutes before we stream, but I do tell people on a regular basis, like people are like, I'm just not feeling it today, and I'll tell people in their streams, I'm like, then don't play today. How much money are you making at this per day, really? Like if this isn't paying your bills, then don't let it run your life, like if I've always said, if I ever got to the point where I made partner, I would make partner and it would be my job. I would quit. Like if I was making $1,500 a month or whatever, $2,000 a month, I would quit my job and I would stream 4 hours in the morning. I'd take a couple hours off. I'd stream 4 hours in the evening, and that would be my full time job. But until it's my full time job, I'm not going to let it be work.
Right.
Because I'm playing video games.
Yeah, exactly. Although you did bring up like an interesting point there. It's like it did make me think. Like now that I think I have like 3 subscribers, like you, Platy, and Yevli, and I know that like you and Platy and Yevli could care less if I take a couple days off.
Mm-hmm.
But I imagine myself like down the line if I had 10 or 15 subscribers.
You feel obligated, right?
Yeah, like, there's just this feeling of like your life is not even your own anymore. You have to like make. Well, I mean, I guess it just depends. Like I would like to provide value to people that are like supporting me. So I should be happy to make time to play video games for a couple hours. Like there's worse problems to have,
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's not supposed to be a parasitic relationship. It's supposed to be a symbiotic relationship. And if somebody has the attitude of like, I am paying money, so you owe me X number of stream, like if they're actually offended, like the way I see it is, if they're actually offended because you need days off, then fuck you. Like go terrorize some other streamer. I don't need your $3 that much, bro. Like. So that's kind of the way I see it, is like, it's like, yes, you are a supporter, but again, you're not my employer, and I appreciate you, but I can't let your expectation that I'm going to play 5 days a week be a negative drain on, or be a drain on my health and well-being. Like,
right.
And if they actually are subscribed to you because they like you and because they care about you, they would rather you stream once a week and be an absolute god, to be the Giga Chad you know yourself to be, as opposed to like looking washed out and having rings under your eyes like I always do 5 days a week.
Yeah.
Don't agree with me.
That going on, regardless of whether I stream or not, so.
Yeah.
Too, I mean, like, I think that Twitch did a great job of they implemented gamification into this process of becoming affiliate and becoming partner so well. I mean, like, just like the leveling up, and like every time you stream for a certain amount of time, you unlock this certain thing. Like it's like just streaming in itself is like the video game. It's not even the game that you play on stream. It's more like, what can you achieve as a streamer?
Right. Yeah, and I would say I had a thought and I've lost the thought, but they do make it into kind of a game. But if I can hit a hot button topic for a second, talking about
Hit it.
talking about
Hit it.
Twitch, this is gonna be how I get banned, y'all. Honestly, if you really, really and truly think about it, so you've got a lot of stuff right now with people that are talking about like Uber. Uber doesn't pay their drivers enough. Like they're, people are demanding like a base hourly salary and stuff for playing for on Uber. Um, I hate to use the analogy of like wait staff. Oh, Noxie, thank you so much for the raid. But where you basically work for tips. But that's basically what we're doing. We're working for tips, and Twitch is getting paid to run ads on their channel. So I feel like you should get some. I'm not saying you should make minimum wage in your state, but I feel like you ought to get some sort of a base pay from Twitch, just based on the fact that you're streaming and they're forcing you to run ads on your channel. Like, I know people that don't. They have ads set to the bare minimum thing, and it's like every 20 minutes there's 2 ads because I'm not subscribed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So if I'm earning you ad revenue regardless of my subscribership, then why am I not getting something to show for that? Like, let's say I get rated by 150 people, and they all just chill in my stream and watch me for 2 hours. But none of them sub or give me any bits, then I've made nothing off of this. I've gotten some followers, and that's awesome. I've gotten some exposure, but what do we say about artists who people offer to pay artists an exposure, right? Exposure don't pay the bills. So that's my hot take for the day, is that honestly Twitch ought to be paying us, like, even if it's 50 cents an hour, $1 an hour, they ought to pay something as a base rate of pay, just based on the fact that they receive payment to run ads, no matter how many people you've got.
Yeah. That's definitely a hot take. That's for sure.
Noxie that just rated me secretly works for Twitch and is like recording everything I'm saying right now.
Right. Yeah.
Hello, Noxie. I said something right when you came in, but I know that as I was saying, Amazon makes us run commercials if you're not subbed. So if you missed it the first time, thank you for jumping in. I appreciate you, and I hope that you stick around for a little bit. I am playing some legendary co-op with Legate Lanius Jr., who is awesome. See, he found the door. See how great he is? I couldn't find it, but he found it. So.
Yeah.
And while this runs, I'm actually going to do a potty break real quick, if that's okay.
Oh yeah. Actually, I'm gonna grab a beer.
No commercial for you? Awesome. Awesome. Oh. Give me that sweet lurk, Hash Ballantine. Thank you so much. Well, then that's good, Noxie. I'm glad to hear that, because I never know how long to wait before greeting people, because people come in and they get nailed with that 30-second commercial, and I'm like, oh, thank you so much, and then by the time that I'm done saying hi, that's when you come in. So, but welcome. I'm sorry that I'm about to hit you with an empty chair stream. I'm gonna run to the restroom and get a refill, and then Legate and I are gonna tackle this level. I think this is gonna be the last level we do tonight. But it being legendary and us being us, there's probably still a good bit of content left. So just stick around, all right? I will be right back. Sorry about that, y'all. Didn't mean to be gone so long. I had to drag Calrea out of bed so she could feed the animals.
How many animals you got?
We got 6 cats.
6 cats.
6 cats. We got 6 cats. Yeah, normally they eat at about 7. I told you when we started streaming. I told you Calrea was like she had gone to sleep, taken a nap, and I come out and 3 of the cats are curled up in the bed asleep, like they're all happy, but the other 3 freaking ambushed me the minute I opened the door and meow meow meow. I'm like, okay, so did y'all eat or not? Because half of you seem to be fine. And I guess that was just the half that, they used to be outside cats and they know what it's like to miss a meal. So they were like, I guess we starved tonight, guys, and just went to sleep. So I had to drag her out of bed. I'm like trying to wake her up and she's just like permanent, like scrunch-faced, mean mugging at me. I'm like, are you awake right now? Did you feed the animals? And she's like, what? Did you feed the cats? No. I'm like, all right, are you gonna feed the cats? And she's like, no. I said, yes, you are. Get out of bed and feed the damn cats. She's like, why can't you feed them? I said, because I'm still streaming right now. You gotta go feed them. She's like, well, what time is it? I said, it's 10 o'clock. Get up. So, yeah, it's like dragging a kid out of bed to take them somewhere. But yeah, we have 6.
Are they like rescue cats or adopted? Or?
Yeah, they were all basically cats that were taken in over time. She had one. Calrea has one that he's like a big fluffy orange Maine Coon mix that she had when we started dating. That he showed up on their porch basically like at her parents' house. Where the hell is this? Okay.
Oh god, I'm out of ammo.
And then a couple of years ago, we were actually at her parents' house for Memorial Day, and they have like an old, like mid 1900s kind of like shack. They live out in the country, and it's like this old, like, used to be like a 1-room house kind of deal on the edge of their property, and we were over there like gathering stuff for. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Noxie. You're awesome. I really mean that. Anyway, we there's this old like abandoned cottage on the edge of her parents' property, and I happened to look in there, and there was like 3 little kittens playing in there on the floor of the cottage, and I was like, holy shit! And they all took off running and hid. And we, after some fighting back and forth and fussing, and her parents were like, oh, their mother's gonna come get them. I'm like, I don't think their mother's gonna come get them. I think they got abandoned, like left there, because they all looked kind of scrawny. We ended up taking them in, and that's Link. We got Link, and then the other 2 are with her parents. And then we've got 4 from our last apartment complex, because there was a feral colony there, but a lot of the cats, people would like feed the cats and stuff. So about half of the cats were like friendly with people and half want nothing to do with them. And there was a limit on how many animals you could have. So like us just having Link, we were actually breaking the rules because we were limited to 2 pets. And I had a German Shepherd Lab mix. And then we had her cat Dennis, and then we had Link, so that was 1. And then over time we brought in Julius, who's the same age as Link, and Julius is just he's a ridiculously friendly cat. Like from the time he was a kitten, he was just way more friendly than the other cats in the community. And then we got 2 that had been living out there for a few years, and then we've got 1 that was actually born after we bought the house, but before we moved. The mom had kittens on our porch. We were up on the 3rd floor of our building, and she basically like stashed them up there in a corner because we feed her and like would leave out blankets and stuff for her, so she felt safe. And then we had to like kitten proof the entire porch so they wouldn't fall through the cracks in the railings. And then eventually the mom was like, all right, this is too much activity, because we kept checking on them. And she took them out in the woods, and Calrea about had a fit because she went out there and one of the kittens was gone and the other 3 were still there. So she like called off work for the rest of the afternoon and went out in the woods looking for this poor kitten. And then we ended up adopting those and finding homes for them. Except for one of them, which we kept.
Is it just cats, or is there a dog in there? Is there a fish tank?
No fish tank. The dog died back in September of last year, so she's not around anymore. It's just the cats at this point.
Okay.
Sorry for the long-winded rundown on all of the cats, everybody.
No, I like it. You have to keep us abreast of like all things cat. Like, I know. So you said one of them's Julius, right?
Yeah, Julius, Shining Prince Julius, best of cats. He's amazing.
I love cats.
Best of cats.
What are the other cats?
So we've got Dennis, he's a fluffy orange Maine Coon mix. He's about 15 pounds, and he's like 8 or 9 years old now. We've got Link, who is very fluffy, and he's black and white. I think he's either a Maine Coon or like an Angora mix, but he was they're all just basically found animals. Julius is short hair, orange and white, kind of cross-eyed. He is kind of dumb, but he is a very sweet cat. He's basically a lap cat. And then we have Hobbs, who Hobbs is my buddy. He's according to the people that lived in the neighborhood, we had a neighbor that like used to catch the cats and take them and get them fixed and stuff. And I think Hobbs is probably like the grandfather of most of the cats in that community, because apparently there were people that lived in our building years ago that they had 2 cats and their cats had kittens, and they moved and left the kittens there. When they were like a month old, they basically abandoned these kittens. And according to our neighbor, he said that, he kept an eye on them, he fed them and stuff, but one got hit by a car. One lived to be about 4 or 5, and then got sick and kind of wandered off, and he never saw it again. And then Hobbs, who is 13 years old now, and he lived outside until about a year and a half ago.
Okay.
So he's my bud. Like, he would come up. I made the mistake one time. It was really cold out, so I would open my window. I had like low windows on my office at the other place, and I would open the windows just like a little crack, so some heat would come out, and the cats would just kind of chill there, and they'd stay warm, And he decided that he really wanted in because he wanted to be where the warm stuff was. So he'd start sitting at the window and like standing up on his hind legs, pawing at the glass. So I'd let him in. So that turned into me letting the cats just kind of come in and sleep under the couch in my office while I was working, and I'd kick them out at night. And then one night I was just like, you know what, Hobbs is too old and it's too cold. He's not getting kicked out tonight, and he basically just stayed forever. And then we got Momo, who was the kitten, and Momo, yes.
That's an awesome name.
And Momo's just like a short-haired tabby. And then we have Callie, who's a little calico, and she was a very runty. Oh, sorry, that was me. She was a very runty cat. Like, all the cats that are descended from Hobbs are kind of big. Hobbs is kind of big. Julius is very long, and he weighs about 10 pounds. And he's a very skinny cat, but he's like a 10-pound skinny cat.
We were making Platy's Day. Platy's like, that's living my dream. I want more cats now.
Callie is a calico who weighs about 5 pounds. She is tiny, and she is not a big fan of people. She loves Calrea. We cannot be in the same room with her together. She can only handle one person in the room with her at a time. If she is eating down, that's part of the reason I was telling Calrea, like, you gotta feed the cats, is because Callie if I take Callie downstairs, like I would have to pick her up and bring her down there to eat at this point, and she would freak out and not want to eat tonight. She'd want to go back up there and just chill with Calrea. So Calrea has to feed them. Like once they've gotten settled in like that, I can't get them all down there.
I was gonna say, do any of these cats like? So the thing with me and cats is that you're either a cool cat or you're not a cool cat, right? So there's cats that are like, you know, they're gonna roam around the house. You know, sometimes they want to get fed, sometimes they don't want to get fed. That's fine, but they're never like scratching your eyes out while you sleep with their razor sharp claws.
No,
There's the cats that scratch your eyes out while you sleep with razor sharp claws. So are any of those cats or were any of those cats, you know, of that sort?
If they had been, they'd still be freezing their asses off at that apartment complex. No, they're all good. The worst thing they do is some of them like me more than others, and so they want to like be near your stuff. And I have a couple that if I don't make it to bed by a certain time, they steal my spot in the bed, and then I either sleep on the couch, which is very comfy. I have a very comfy couch. Back before me and Calrea lived together, there was actually a period where I just had the couch and no bed, and that couch served me very well. So I don't mind. But I have some that steal my that steal my bed space. But
The cat in the spot that is yours in the bed, you say fuck it, go to the couch.
Yep.
That is crazy.
Yep. Well, it's not just one; it's like 3 of them. And I feel bad just come in and be like, get the fuck out of here. You know, just like yeet 3 cats across the room because I didn't make it to bed until 1 in the morning and they've settled in and gone to sleep. And if I wake them up, they will wander around and meow and act crazy all night. Like, we've worked very hard. Like, you know how kids are. You know, cats have a reputation for doing like the Zoom thing in the middle of the night and all that jazz.
Yeah.
We have worked very hard to get all 6 of our cats on a nighttime sleeping schedule, and I treasure that nighttime sleeping schedule. So I will let the cats sleep if it means it doesn't screw up their sleep schedules.
Okay. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah.
But no, none of them are bad in that way. Some of them prefer Calrea over me. Some of them prefer me over her. Link is the smartest one. He is actually like totally in love with our dog because when we got him, we had the dog and then we had Dennis, and Dennis was not about kittens. He was very mean to Link when we got him. So he kind of latched on to Lily, and he I don't think he actually considers himself a cat. He kind of just chills and does his own thing. He's not a big fan of being picked up. He doesn't like scratch you or anything, but he does not engage with you if you pick him up and try to pet him. He's just like you can feel him tense up. And then Callie is just Callie. She doesn't like being handled much at all. She just kind of lives her life, and I started to say it and I got distracted as I do. The main reason we brought her in is because she is a sweet cat. She got bullied a lot by the other cats because this is a feral community of like 20 cats that she was the smallest one. So there would be like actual like 6-month-old kittens that would come up and just chase her off of her food and then eat it, and she'd just be like, oh, okay. And she'd just walk away and watch them eat, and if there was something left afterwards, then she'd get a little bit of the leftovers.
Okay.
Like, she's not an aggressive cat at all. She's scared of people. But other than that, they're all well behaved. Julius is not all there. He's the only one that wakes us up at night. You're gonna laugh at this. I'm not joking. This is not a story I'm making up for y'all. Julius sleeps on the bed between us very happily all night. He curls up by our feet and he sleeps. But most nights he wakes up to go to the bathroom around 2 a.m. and he gets lost. He gets like separation anxiety or something. He will go to use the restroom and then he like can't figure out where we are, and he will sit out in the hallway downstairs and he will meow and cry, and one of us has to call him. And once we call his name, he will come up and find us, and then he'll like, oh, you know, like make a big show of like being really depressed that we were gone, and then he goes back to sleep. And it is every goddamn night he wakes one of us up around 2 o'clock in the morning because he went to the bathroom and then got lost.
How old is he?
He's like 2. He's not old. He's just dumb. He's just a dumb cat.
Well, that's gotta be a quick surprise. 2 a.m. every day.
He's got a very squeaky voice, so it's like you wake up and you're like, what woke me up? And then you just hear meow, meow. Like he does like a kitten cry, like a kitten's looking for its mother. That's what he does, but he's a grown ass cat. Such a
Do they all get along with each other?
Hobbs does not. It's weird. This is part of the reason I think that the others are all descended from him. Hobbs does not like the 2 that did not come from our apartment complex. So Hobbs really, really likes Momo, Callie, and Julius. He actively tries to chase off Link and Dennis. Him and Dennis antagonize each other because Dennis is a few years younger than him and has a couple of pounds on him. And Hobbs is blind in one eye. You know, he's got really bad arthritis, all that stuff that old cats get. But in his mind, he still runs this shit. And so him and Dennis compete a lot. Link just wants to live his life and not be fucked with. But if he sees Link in the room, he chases him off or he'll attack him.
All right.
He really does not like Link. But he's fine with the others, and it's not like a male dominance thing because, like I said, Julius looks almost exactly like him. Like I'll have to show. There's pictures of him in my Discord. Again, tell Platty if she's not a Discord member, she needs to join my Discord. But there's pictures of all of them, and it's literally like Julius is Hobbs 10 years ago. But they get along fine. They play together. They run around. They don't ever fight. But man, he loses his shit. Especially if I'm in the office or something and he's sleeping in here because he follows me around all the time. If Link comes in here with me when he's awake, man, he gets really angry.
It's like tribal warfare.
It really. Well, I mean, Hobbs actually does just kind of follow me around the house throughout the day. Like he gets very upset if I'm not around. So I think it's more just like. He's more just territorial over the fact that Link's around me than the fact that Link is like in the house with him.
Yeah, I want to get. I'm not a cat person. I'm not opposed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that you?
Yeah. Well, what happened was one of those little. I'm out of pistol ammo. And one of those little goobery things jumped up at me, and right as I swung, I was like vaguely aware that you had entered my field of view, and I kind of pistol whipped both of you at the same time.
It's all good. So yeah, like I'm not a cat person. I'm not opposed to getting a cat, but I also live in like a very kind of specific situation. Like I have a great apartment, but I think it's too small for even just one pet, even a small pet. But like, if I had to get a pet, like I think I would get a pug dog. I just think like they're just like super sweet and like super hilarious. Are you guys opposed to getting more pets, or is it like, alright, this is enough for now?
I am at the point where Calrea and I have been together for 5 years next month, and eventually the theory is that we would have a human being that we are responsible for and not just animals. But I'm also very leery of having a human child when we have half a dozen cats. So my thing is like, I'm not averse to more animals, but it's like as we lose 2, we can get 1 kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, people ask me, they're like, how'd you end up with 6 cats? Well, my dumb ass had 5, And Momo was just so damn cute, I couldn't say no. Like, that's literally how I ended up with 6 cats. I am not. I prefer dogs to cats. 100% prefer dogs to cats. But there weren't wild packs of husky puppies running around the apartment complex. There were cats. So I just don't like to see.
Huskies, though. Huskies, like, so a friend of mine when I was growing up, he had huskies, and they were adorable and they were sweet. But the thing is that they are so loud. Like, that howl that they do, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that was a bad example. Huskies, I would not want a husky. Huskies are a challenging breed. I was just throwing one out there, you know. But yeah, that's the thing is like I really don't like seeing animals suffer in general, and there was more specifically we became aware that in our apartment complex there was a woman that lived in the building across from ours that she had like a golden doodle, and basically the apartment complex our neighbor, our next door neighbor that told us how old Hobbs was, used to catch the cats and have them fixed. And you would occasionally have one that he just couldn't get his hands on, or you'd have one that came in from like, you know, another neighborhood or whatever. And that was how the community like kind of kept breeding. But most of them he would pay to get fixed or to spayed or neutered, so they wouldn't get out of control. And the complex threatened to evict him if he kept doing that. So we went from 7 cats the first year we were there to there were actually 23 cats living outside my building the year we moved out. And they kept telling people, like, get rid of the, you know, we don't want you feeding the cats. We don't want you, you know, acknowledging the cats. We want the cats gone, da-da-da-da-da. But animal control wouldn't take them unless they were sick or dying. So their thing was they were telling people, you know, you're going to be fined or you're going to be kicked out if you take care of these animals. So there was a lady that basically she was like an actual Karen that just saw that as like her laissez-faire to like have her golden doodle and her little bastard child chase the cats and terrorize them. So like I actually, you know, told her and her kid to get the fuck off my porch because I went out there one day and her kid had come up on the 3rd floor porch outside my apartment and was like looking like he was about to try to hit one of the cats with a stick. And I saw him come up through the window and he had like followed one of the cats up there, and you're on a 3rd floor balcony, little kid's got a stick, and the cat's options are get hit with a stick or jump off the 3rd floor, you know. So I literally like busted open the door and was like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? And he just kind of, he's like a little he's like 7 or 8 years old, and he just looked at me and the lady's like, don't you talk to my kid like that. And it turned into a whole big thing. And it was just like a never-ending war where she was basically trying to get her dog to attack the cats. She was encouraging her child to terrorize the cats. So we started actively trying to find homes for the cats because when we moved, we didn't know what the people that replaced us would be like. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that was part of the reason we ended up with so many, was that these were the ones that were really sweet cats we couldn't find homes for. Except for Julius. Julius was just amazing, and like Julius was ridiculously friendly. Like I can't even explain to you how silly this cat is. Like 4 o'clock rolls around, it's lap time. He actually comes in my office. If Calrea's not here, he will come in my office, and he will stand up on his hind legs and he will tap my arm with his paw, and then pull it away. And he'll do that like 3 or 4 times. And if I don't acknowledge him, he'll start meowing until I get up, and then when I get up, he will try to lead me down to the living room so he can sit in my lap, and then he just goes to sleep. Like it's just like, all right, it's 4 o'clock, it's time, it's lap time, no more work, let's go. I've got you down from 4:30 to 6 for laps. You gotta do this.
Right.
Like, so we were gonna have Julius no matter what, but the others we just ended up with because nobody would take them. You know, nobody wants a 12-year-old cat that's blind in one eye. So, or at least we couldn't find anybody that did. But yeah, I'm not a big cat person either. I just am an animal person in general, and cats is what it was.
So does it go the other way? Like, so for example, like Are you opposed to hunting and fishing?
I grew up kind of not in the country, but I grew up in the country enough that like I lived next door to my cousins who would their dad would pull them out of school the first day of turkey season, kind of thing. So like my family hunted. I would shoot bows, and I shot guns, up till I was like 16, 18 years old, but it was target shooting. I never did like the hunting. Um, I would go fishing, but it would be catch and release, and I stopped doing that, when I was probably like 14 or 15 years old. I'm not against it. It's just it's not something that I don't derive a level of enjoyment from it for it to be worth doing. Like I said, I like the target shooting and stuff like that. Like that's fun, but not like sitting out in a tree waiting to kill something. you know.
Right.
But I grew up around it. So I get it. Like I understand that, some people are like, well, I'm gonna eat this. I'm not just gonna like kill it and leave it out there. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I can drive to the grocery store. I'll be okay.
Right. Yeah.
What about you? Do you go hunting or anything like that?
Well, not hunting. I mean, now that I live in Texas, it's definitely something that I would enjoy learning how to do. But I definitely grew up fishing, and the thing is, I grew up in Miami, so when we went fishing, it was never like catch and release. Like we would go out to the ocean and we would catch like monsters and bring it back and fillet it, and like
Yeah.
and
And
like throw it on the grill with lemon and butter, and like kind of like enjoy the fruits of our harvest, so to speak.
yeah. And see, I lived in the Outer Banks a lot as a kid because that's where my dad lived. I don't know how up you are on geography, but
No.
so
Yeah,
North Carolina, you've got the main North Carolina, and then there's the Outer Banks, which is basically a giant sandbar that runs the entire length of North Carolina and like part of South Carolina, that at its widest point is like several miles across. And people have been living there basically like since the days of Blackbeard. So it's like a vacation spot, they do it, but they do a lot of charter fishing and stuff like that. I mean, it's literally like you live in a house that you leave your house and you can walk to the beach, like, but it's not like a Florida thing or something, I mean, it's cold in the winter. There's not a lot of people there. It's not like a year-round destination. And my dad used to go fishing a lot. He'd go, when it was the right weather for it. He'd go out on charter boats. They'd have charter boats go out of Oregon Inlet. He would go out, to the inlet and just chill on the rocks and catch crappie and stuff like that.
right.
I don't like seafood. Like as a rule, I've eaten a lot of seafood, and I just generally don't like it.
Yeah.
Just
My dad's the same way.
so.
He hates it.
And people are like, but have you ever tried? I'm like, yes, I've had flounder, I've had catfish. I've had catfish cooked a multitude of different ways because I am from the South. I've had catfish, I've had sushi, I have had calamari. I refuse to eat octopus because octopi are very intelligent creatures, and when you are preparing to cook them, they know you are about to kill them and eat them.
Right.
It has been scientifically proven octopi have the emotional range and intelligence of like a 5-year-old human.
Wow.
So imagine like basically taking a 5-year-old kid and throwing them in a pot of hot water and then eating them while they're still partially alive. Like that's basically what you're doing to an octopus. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up. But as far as fish, I just generally don't. I just haven't found like a seafood dish that I enjoy. And around 25, I stopped looking for one.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's gotta get annoying at some point. People are like, "Well, yeah, have you ever had like grilled oysters instead of raw, or what about fried?"
You've just never had it cooked the right way. Okay, well, you know what? You tell everybody in Virginia and the Outer Banks that has ever fed me fish that they did it wrong, because I don't I don't know what special way you're doing it. Sprinkling cocaine on it or something to get people addicted, because the texture doesn't do it for me, and the flavor just isn't. I mean, it doesn't taste bad. It's just not something that I'm like, you know what? I could have a steak, but I really want a piece of fish. Like that just doesn't happen. And I know that's an unpopular opinion.
I don't think so. I mean, I can see why, like, some people are just like, oh, have you tried it this way? Have you tried it that way? It's annoying. So my big thing in life is food. If I spend money on anything, it's food. If my whole Instagram page is nothing but pictures of food, which I also hate at the same time because I hate people that take pictures of food because they never take a good picture. They're always taking a shitty picture with a flash that's obnoxious as hell, and it's like next to a bottle of ketchup, and it's like somebody in the back like poured their heart out into this dish, and you just take this shitty picture and put it on Yelp and claim victory or something. Like, food for me is like a very big deal. So like I consider a lot of dimensions when people the first thing I do when I meet people is ask them like what's your favorite food, or like what do you hate, or like do you have a weird thing about pickles? I love finding out like all kinds of interesting things about.
Do you have a weird thing about pickles? We don't talk about pickles in this household.
I do have friends that have weird things about pickles.
Pickles hurt me too many times as a child, and I'm not gonna let it happen again.
I have a friend. He's a good buddy of mine from the army. He's younger. It's like I'm 39, so he's like 24, I want to say. But him and I went to AIT, which is basically where you go after basic training to learn how to do your job, whatever your job is in the military.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where I met him, and we actually ended up going to the same unit once we were done with AIT at Fort Hood in Texas. And so we had already known each other very well, and then we became better friends once we were like in the same unit. And we went on all kinds of like different training missions. And we went on one training mission where we were in Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, and we went to a Waffle House, and we sat down, and everybody ordered, like it was either waffles or burgers or something. And we all knew that my buddy did not like pickles. He just hates them so much. We don't know why. There's no like origin story as to why he hates pickles. He just freaking hates them, and there's nothing you can do about it. But one of our friends took his pickle off of his burger, or no, he had a pickle on his plate, like they serve with a sandwich or something. And he took it and he put it on my friend's waffle, and my friend literally like threw the biggest rage I've ever seen someone throw in a Waffle House outside of like a random Facebook video. Like he literally basically shoved his plate of food away from himself. He freaking stormed out of Waffle House and got in the car and was like ready to go. The only reason he didn't go is because he was our ride, so he couldn't go anywhere. But he just had this bit of rage over a fucking pickle, and we were all just like, dude, it's a pickle. It's like, you don't understand, man. Fucking hate pickles. It just like went nuts about it. And I just find like moments like that are fascinating, like how food can really like make someone rage, or be really happy or whatever it is. But like food can really do that to people. I think we take it for granted.
Well, from what I understand, Texas has like a good food culture. But if you ever find yourself in Virginia, you let me know. I used to, years ago, I live right outside of Richmond. Years ago, I used to live in Richmond, and I could literally, like, walk to half a dozen restaurants that I just loved, and that was basically, like, how I wasted most of my money that I wasted was just going to restaurants in the city and trying different stuff out, because Richmond was, like, well known for, like, its, like, small businesses and, like, different restaurants, and a lot of it's nothing fancy. It's just, like, really good bar food and stuff like that. But Richmond, I was telling somebody the other day, Richmond is basically like I think they have more microbreweries and more tattoo parlors than any other, or like more tattooed people than any other major city in the U.S. And there's like I want to say there's like 12 community colleges and universities within an hour's drive of Richmond, like something crazy. Like there's 4 colleges in the city limits. So you got a good, there's like a good diverse crowd of people that are coming from all over the country that they're trying to cater to. And I used to love being able to go out and just try out new places back before COVID. Yeah. We actually had a place called Billy Jack's Shack, which I think it might be like a franchise or something. I feel like there's more than one of them. But they had just opened up in Shockoe Bottom, which is like the historic part of Richmond. Like, there's legit a part of Richmond where you drive down and you're past like all the giant bank buildings and shit, and then like all of a sudden the road is cobblestones, and you're like
Okay.
looking for a parking space on a cobbled road. Like this is like part of the city that was left standing after the Civil War.
Oh wow.
And they've got like a lot of little hole in the wall places down there, and it was in one of those little hole in the wall places. And me and Calrea went and we ate there 2 weeks before they did the stay at home order for Virginia for COVID, and then the place ended up going out of business. And we don't normally post food pictures. We're not one of those people, but the food was so good. We were like calling our friends and being like, "You got to go to this place." And then the governor was like, "Yeah, stay home, assholes." You and they ended up going out of business, and it was so sad. So like I literally got to eat there one time, and that's something that I still think about. Like I'm just like, damn, I wish I could go back to that place and just have another one of those damn chicken sandwiches.
Was it open for a long time and then closed, or was it like a year?
It was a fairly new place. Like we'd go to Shockoe Bottom probably like once a month or so, and it was the first time we'd seen the place. And we only went there because the place we normally go to, they had just changed up their menu, so we had gone there to get specific food from another place, and they told us that that wasn't on the lunch menu anymore. It was only on the dinner menu. So we were like, oh well, that's really what we came for. So
Yeah.
there's nothing else on the menu we want. We'll go to this other place that's like down the road, you know.
Yeah.
But
Actually, Richmond was one of the cities that I was mapping out. When I got out of the army, I was like, all right, what am I going to do? Where am I going to
woo,
live? Now that I have my life back, what the hell am I going to do? And so I started mapping out like all kinds of cities. I ended up in San Antonio, but Richmond was definitely one of them. And the criteria that I was using for putting together a list of all these cities was like literally just doing Google searches and saying like, what is the best cities for food? And Richmond, I think Richmond was like a top 10.
yeah. They have a lot of places that that are like known, you know, nationally and stuff like that over the years have come and gone, and it's just the way the city is laid out. It's very small business friendly. So like you go down to Carytown, and there's a part of Richmond where you literally get off the highway and you're in Carytown, and it's this little 2-lane street that has a lot of little houses and like single story buildings and that kind of thing.
Right.
That was like the first major shopping center in Richmond. Like there's pictures of people, you know, like first half of the 20th century, people like shopping there at like, you know, Sears and Roebuck and stuff like that. But now because the city has kind of grown up around it, and it's stayed this little, you know, all small older buildings, like you can walk down that street, and over the course of like 2 miles, there's literally, not even joking, 15 restaurants that you can go to.
Right.
And there's like 10 that never go away, and then there's always like a rotating blend, because you know there's always going to be restaurants that fail. So you can go down there, you know, anytime you want, and there's going to be something good to eat, and it's so good. That's one of the big downsides between COVID and us buying the house. We rarely have the money left over to just go to a restaurant. So, do you have a specific like type of food that you really like?
Well, Italian.
Italian?
Italian, hands down. But I mean, there's a bias there because my family owned an Italian wholesale food distribution business in Miami for 50 years.
Nice.
And we had like our last name was.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
Oh my god. I was actually worried that I was gonna see.
Look at this, everybody. Did you see the way he threw himself in front of my fist to protect that flood? He's a flood sympathizer.
Oh, yeah, so my family owned an Italian wholesale food distribution company for a long time in Miami, and we had like our last names on all of the products, like olive oil, tomatoes, mozzarella cheese, like you name it, like anything you could think that's Italian, we had our name on it. We sold it to every restaurant in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and West Palm Beach, like the greater South Florida area. And so, like, I grew up with Italian food, so there's a lot of bias there. But I mean, if I had to rank what my favorite foods are, it would definitely be Italian. The next would probably be American barbecue, and then the third would probably be Mexican.
Okay. Well, I think you were there when Arrow did his little food thing, and the one that I was like, I swear to God, Arrow, I swear to God, when he was doing the tiers, Thai food. I have probably eaten at 8 or 9. I'm like going through the list. Like I've been there, I've been there, I've been there. I think I've eaten at 8 different Thai food restaurants in Richmond City, and I can tell you which restaurants are bad and which ones do which dishes the best. So like I'm literally at the point where it's like, you know what? I'm really in the mood for this. I know I need to go to this restaurant on this street in Richmond. If I don't want that, I'm not going to that restaurant. It's like if I want drunken noodle, I am going to Thai Flavor over by Innsbruck off of Broad Street. If I want pad Thai or if I want curry, I'm going to Mom Siam in Carey Street. If I want Bangkok chicken, I'm going to, or the fresh spring rolls, I'm going to Ginger, which is my favorite restaurant in the world. Like, I love me some Thai food. Italian food is good. I don't generally go in for a lot of pasta, but I do enjoy it when I get it. Like if somebody's like, "Oh, let's go have Italian or something," I'm not like, "Oh," like I do like Italian. It's just not something that I cook a lot of because I didn't get a lot of it as a kid.
Right.
And yeah, American barbecue. That's like one of the few things we do better than anyone else is barbecue, right?
Hell yeah.
There are a few other cultures that are as adept at us at cramming an entire animal inside of a cooking apparatus for 12 hours and it coming out tasty.
Yeah, and then all the while that entire carcass is in that contraption, you're basically just sitting there with like a cold beer and just going,
Yep.
And that's like culinary expertise right there.
Even if it's not the best cooked bit of barbecue, you're gonna have so many beers, it's gonna taste delicious by the time you get to it. You're gonna be like, this was the best barbecue.
Exactly.
Oh, you almost took a shotgun blast to the solar plexus there, friend.
But yeah, like so for example, like food is just such a important thing for me to the point where it's like actually like it's a critical moment for me like when I'm meeting people and making friends, like because I can probably meet people and have a million things in common with them and think that like, oh yeah, we're gonna be friends, this is great, like we can talk about all these things that we have so much in common with and like this is great. But at the moment that we go to a restaurant and they treat their server like shit, their bartender like shit, or the busboy or the host or anybody, like they just don't seem to have any kind of
Oh, I'm
empathy.
down. Run!
What the hell was that?
So I'm pretty sure that the enemies are unlimited or nearly so in this area, so we might need to just kind of like
Hey,
push forward.
you stand over and we'll just freaking book it.
But anyway, yeah, I'm with you. Oh, well, I died.
Oh shit, let me try to get out of here. Oh god.
Just keep running, Fred. Don't retreat. Oh, you're dead.
I gotta remember there was a lot of, like, there was even more enemies where I was going to.
As soon as I saw you get hung on that guy, I was like, yep, GG.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you're saying about them treating their servers crappy.
Well, it's just like, I mean, the moments, the things that bring about those moments is going out to eat, right? Like, if you go have dinner with some friends, or if you go on a date, or whatever. You know, like, you can hit it off, like, right off the bat, and just have a million things in common, and everything's great. But the moment that I get the sense that, like,
Why do you do this to me?
A group of people that is treating our server like shit and just completely disrespectful. Like I never want to talk to those people ever again.
Yeah.
Ever again. They automatically lost all the brownie points that they accumulated thus far.
Yeah. I'm with you. Now, I will say I've been a butt to some servers in the past, but not. I don't ever show up looking to be hateful to anybody. I don't take no crap. You know.
Yeah.
But
Whenever things happen, like if you plan out like a special night with your girlfriend or your wife, and you take the effort to like inform the restaurant about certain things, and those things don't go the way that they should because they're not paying attention. I would insist it. I don't know if I'd like cause a scene, but I'd certainly say something. You know, I'm causing a scene is like a huge deal for me.
I thought about dodging, and then I said, you know what? Let me just embrace that rocket. That's what I'd rather do.
Well, there's a lot of buy-in here too because I spent a decade in hospitality. So like, I was a bartender, I was a server, I was a barback, and I've just been in so many human interactions to the point where I'm like, all right, I know how to be a human being. And it's like some people don't, and I'm like, how did you not learn this lesson?
Yeah. Well, I mean, even. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Stuff here. I don't know if this is like the most entertaining conversation for. I only got Platty right now, and I know Platty likes talking about this kind of stuff, so I'm cool with it. But I don't know if the people in your chat are like, what is this guy talking about?
They're all being very quiet, which means they've either gone to sleep or they're totally engrossed in the conversation. They're like, watch carefully, everybody. He's about to rage.
Yeah.
But, I mean, honestly, the scenario you gave, even that, I don't know, and this might just be me. If I had a special event planned for me and Calrea, and I like something really special going on, and I felt like the success of the night was dependent on somebody who has other shit to worry about besides my happiness, I would probably not do that thing. So, like, even in that case, like, if it was like, oh, I was gonna propose and you didn't bring the ring, like, okay, dumbass, why did you realize that these people have like lives outside of you? Like, why would you hook your entire happiness for the evening on this person that has other things they're worried? Like, that wouldn't even upset me. I'd be upset at myself for falling into that trap. For me, it's more just when you see the servers that are either just like dismissive or disrespectful, or they just, you know, have obviously checked out. Like, that's more the thing. And even then, I'm like, I get it, you're really busy. But like, example, we went and grabbed some lunch. We were running around shopping last weekend. We went and grabbed some lunch. It was like 1 in the afternoon, and we went into this place and went in on the bar side. So it was us sitting at the bar, and there was one older couple sitting at one of the tables in the whole restaurant. Okay. So we were there for about 20 minutes before the bartender came by, and she's like, what do you need? Like, what do you want? Like, you know, we're going to get waters, we're going to get drinks, this is what we're going to, like, we already knew everything we wanted. That's cool. She's busy. She brings us, you know, we get the stuff, everything's fine. She's like, does everything look good? We said, yep. She's like, okay, cool. And then she went and sat down and talked to the elderly couple, which, you know, could have been like her parents or something. But she went and talked to them for 45 minutes before she came back and like gave us our check. And I was at the point where I was like, I would like to go now. I am done eating. I want to give you money, and then I want to leave this place. Like, that's the kind of thing that irks me when like it becomes a social visit and not a job.
Right. No, I'm 100% on board with that. In fact, that's the hardest part of me having the kind of stance about this kind of thing that I do, because I've worked with all kinds of people, and for the most part, when you deal with people in hospitality, there are so many people that just, they don't want to be there, right? Like, if they couldn't choose any job, that's not the job they would choose. So
Right.
they automatically have no incentive to make you happy or do their job well, or they're just like, look, man, I'm here to pay my rent. I'm not here to like make your day. And that's the hard part, because like for me, that was a huge part of my job. Like, if I knew that my customers, if any one of my customers left unhappy, if I knew that for a fact, like I would actually like lose sleep over that. Like it would piss me off. Like what could I have done better? You know? But most servers and bartenders are not like that.
Right.
the craft of being in hospitality. So yeah, and I wouldn't like, if I was gonna propose to my girlfriend, I would not hinge it on like, hopefully I get the right server for this moment. You know, 'cause
Yeah.
that's a big gamble.
You are making a poor choice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Now on the flip side, I will say, because I did, especially when I was in school, I had a couple of restaurants I was in. Like, I used to go to the local. That was just it was a little Irish hole in the wall that I used to go in. I was there 3 days a week, no joke, for like 4 years. I was there 3 days a week. I was in there enough that the owner gave me a tag to put on my windshield, and basically told everybody don't tow his car. Like, so I would park in his parking lot because it was right next to school, and otherwise I would have to walk a mile to my classes because it was all like permit parking only. He was basically just like, "No, you're good." He's like, dude, you spend like $60 to $70 a week in here, easy. Like, I will 100% call that parking spot rent and not be upset with you.
Yeah.
But the flip side of that is you also have some patrons, especially when they're regulars, that they don't understand that their friends are working right now, right?
Right.
And that was my thing, was like, I would go in and I knew the people by name. They knew what I wanted to eat. I would go in. I had my seat that I'd post up at the end of the bar, pull out my laptop, and I would work. And if they were free and they wanted to chat, I'm there to chat. But I would literally try really hard not to make more than one, like, not to have you have to make more than one trip for a good long time.
Right.
Because I'm not trying to, like, make you treat me like a celebrity. I just come in and be like, I want this to drink, I want this to eat. I'll be over there.
Yeah, like, just be as low maintenance as possible.
Yeah, just try. That's the word I was going. I try to be really low maintenance, and then you'd have people that are just like, "Oh, I'm here to see my family." It's like, they're not your family, dude. They pour your drinks for you.
So I mean, like, I generally agree with that, but there's some places that encourage that kind of thing where they want it. So there was a bar when I lived in New York. There was a bar. It's like, I lived in Chinatown. It's like Lower Manhattan, and every night, like, when I finished my shift, I would go to this one bar in my neighborhood called Whiskey Tavern, and the people that work there, it's like the most welcoming staff you could ever imagine in your life.
Mhm.
And these people did encourage that. Like, they were like, the moment you walk through the door, they're like ringing the bell. They already got your seat warmed up for you. You don't even need to tell them what you want. They already know what you want. You know, or if you or like, sometimes, like, we'd be so close that we'd all be in, like, group chats together and text, and they're like, "Hey, you gonna be here at 10?" I'm like, "Yeah." More like a whiskey night tonight, not so much a beer night. They're like, "I got you, no problem." And it's like, they just took that whole family thing to a different level.
Yeah.
So I guess, like, it's just more like what you expect and what you understand, and as long as both parties are in agreement of that. Like, if
Right.
it's just some random place, I don't expect to, like, have like a super close relationship with them. But, like, this place that I went to, I would go there 4, 5, 6 times a week.
Right. And they cultivated that, is the difference. Like, they cultivated that type of an environment, as opposed to it being a college bar on a campus and people showing up and wanting to discuss their life stories, you know.
Right.
So, but that's awesome. Is that place still in business?
Oh yeah, they are one of the few that survived the pandemic, and it's because of the kind of relationships that they perfectly cultivated.
Yeah.
People still go there all the time. If I lived there, I'd still be going there every day. And they were lucky.
Oh, good.
But most places in New York did not survive. I've been back a few times since the pandemic, and it's like, it's sad to see. Like, I had a steakhouse that I used to love to go to near Central Park, and they had a great deal for like $85 to get, like, you know, like a typical steakhouse appetizer, like a shrimp cocktail or something. You'll get a huge steak, like a dry aged USDA 16-ounce ribeye, and a dessert like $85, and it was the best deal in the city. And I would go there with a friend of mine at least once a month, sometimes 2 or 3 times a month, depending on whether or not we were having a good month or a bad month. But and that place had been there for a long time. I think it was called oh god, it's been so long since I've been there. Portillo's or something like that. And they're gone, and they've been there for a long time. And just out of nowhere, like I texted my friend, I'm like, hey, I'm coming into town next week. She's like, yeah, they're gone, and I'm like, no.
Oh, that sucks.
Like, I was looking forward to it the most is going there. So a lot of places did not survive.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is there like the same thing in Richmond? Like, did many places survive, or?
Most of the places I went to survived. The Billy Jack's place didn't. The other places all survived. The local, actually, it's sad. They did well. You know, the owner, which the owner had been the head chef when they opened, and then when the original owner decided they didn't want to fool with it anymore, he like bought the restaurant from them basically. So he took it very seriously. He took a lot of pride in his work. And he unfortunately passed away from cancer probably like, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago. So they had actually done well through the pandemic because he had kind of like pivoted to a lot of like, you know, basically training everybody to be cook staff, saying, you know, I'll keep who I can for as long as I can. You can pick up food at the door kind of thing. Like, he very quickly pivoted from being a college bar to being like a takeout place. And then just, you know, because life is that way, he ended up dying, and then they sold the place. Like, I guess he had a brother or a sister or somebody that was like his relative, and they weren't trying to run an Irish pub that you could like throw a rock from a college campus or from an actual building on the college campus and hit it, you know.
Right.
So, but other than that, most of them did all right. As far as I know, we haven't really been down there as much. Even though now they're starting to like lift some of the restrictions, we're still a little nervous about the whole thing.
Oh man, come down to Texas, we'll see no restrictions.
Oh, I bet. Well, they basically.
I've noticed that difference too, because I visited my mom in Chicago, and it's like night and day. I go from Texas to Chicago, and wow, it's just so different.
Well, our previous governor was a Democratic governor who was I think he was like a pediatrician or something, and he was on the more liberal side with the restrictions as far like on a national level.
Right.
And the way Virginia is, like, you can't hold the governorship for consecutive terms, so like you'll have people from each party that basically like take turns running. It's really fucking weird. But so essentially he was prohibited from running. The guy who ran for the Democratic seat instead of him is not particularly popular, even with a lot of Democrats, like Democratic leaning people.
Right.
So basically, like, the day of the inauguration, we had the Republican governor won. He basically like the new, and I work for Youngkin. So I work for a state agency, and basically like up to the election, we were basically saying we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we had a lot of people that were sick, employees and other people. Without getting too specific about my job. And basically, like, he took over, and the attitude within the agency was like, "What's COVID?" Like, it was like a very, very marked shift, and then like, so we went from like a 90% safety, 10% let's just do our damn jobs, to like a 50-50, and then nobody talked about it for about 3 months, and then it was like, all right, masks are no longer required. Those of you who still have offices, you're expected to work in them. Like, because a lot of us, they gave away our offices while we were working from home. They hired new people and that kind of thing.
Right.
So, but working in the field I work in, and working, some of my friends that also work for other state agencies, like, we probably have, you talk about seeing things with rose tinted glasses. We probably see things as more extreme than they actually are, because we're dealing with situations where it's more prevalent within our work environment than it is in the normal environment. So it's like, if you're a firefighter, you're way more worried about your house catching fire than a normal person, because you deal with fires all day long. It's that kind of thing where it's just like, oh God, is it okay? Can we invite friends over? How many can we have? Like, so it's just interesting.
That was different. I've been in Texas for the entire pandemic, but for the majority of it, I was in the military during it, and the military was like not ready for it at all. You could tell they just like reacted to it. I mean, we're ready for a lot of things, but we were not ready for like a very serious flu that was like gripping the world.
Yeah.
We could take down terrorists, we could take down entire countries, but like this one flu came by and it like shut down everything.
Yeah.
And
Sorry. I took your shotgun. I'm sorry. It was me. One tiny little blue plasma bullet just struck you in the spine. But if it makes you feel better, I dropped the shotgun so you'd be able to pick it up again. And then I suffered the consequences.
And then you died.
Yeah. Like the betrayer I am.
So it sucks to say, but like the best time in my military career was during COVID. Like obviously, like so many bad things happened, so I'm not making light of the situation. But when it hit in like late January, February of 2020, they told us to go home and don't come back. Like we'll let you know when we want you to come back. So we basically got like a few months vacation just hanging out. Like literally, like we just go home. We would not have to come to work at all, and it was awesome. And now it was not awesome. Fast forward like a year and some change, and I got COVID going to the grocery store.
Oh.
That was not fun. I wasn't vaccinated at the time, and I'm not sure it would have mattered whether I was or not, because a lot of people were still contracting it. This was like time around Delta.
Yeah.
So, and I had done a really good job of isolating. But for some reason, I decided it'd be a good idea to go get groceries one day, and came back, and sure enough, the next day I was like dying.
Well, that's what you get for trying to eat.
Yeah, right.
What did you learn? Food is the devil.
Yeah. It's like the one thing I love to enjoy is like giving me COVID. But the whole time in Texas, it was like just completely different mentality. I mean, yeah, like during the beginning part of it, everybody was like, yeah, masks, but there was no like vaccination card checks. And at some point they phased the masks out. It's probably like in the later stages of Delta, pre-Omicron, they were like, you know what, forget the masks, we're done with it. And anytime I went to New York or Chicago, I was like, man, this is just night and day.
Shotgun guy behind you.
Oh. Wait, are you dead?
Yeah, I'm dead.
Oh, God.
That guy with the shotgun was the one that killed me. He's chasing you hardcore.
Yeah.
He's like, I've already tasted blood once.
So that was with your work. Like, has it calmed down a little bit? Like since then over there? Or?
Yeah. They sent out a memo like a week ago telling us that masks are no longer required in our office, like in the office buildings, And literally the next day I came in and the security people were like, you know, you don't have to wear that mask. Like, kind of get a little snarky with me. And I was like, yeah, I know. And then they were just like, well, so you saw the memo? And I was like, yeah, I saw the memo. But honestly, I'm known for having a me-like sense of humor. I was like, honestly, the one good thing that came out of this whole COVID pandemic is that now I can finally put another layer of separation between me and most people I deal with every day. And no one will think it's weird. And they just kind of looked at me like, is he being serious? Yes, I was being serious.
Yeah.
It's not even about the COVID. I just don't want you to see the face I'm making at you under this mask.
Right. Are you guys on like a hybrid schedule?
Yeah. Yeah, I work Tuesday, Thursday. I'm in the office, and then Monday, Friday. Actually, I'm on like an ultra hybrid schedule because Monday and Fridays I work from home a full day, and then Wednesday I only work like 4 to 6 hours depending on my mood and workload. So I have like a half day in the middle of the week, and then I tend to work like 9 or 10 hour shifts on my work from home days.
Okay.
So, and then Calrea is on a similar schedule, but she's in the office Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday because she's actually got a fancy office, and they basically told people like if you have a fancy office, you have to be in the office 3 days a week or we're gonna take it, and she didn't want to lose her office. For me, I work at an office suite, and the nature of my work, they can't put me in a cubicle, like in a shared space, like because that's what they were doing was they were basically like, okay, well, if you don't work in an office, if you don't have a dedicated office, we're going to give it away and we're going to put you in like a hotel workspace and you'll share it with other people, you know, whoever's working that day. And I can't be inflicted with that due to confidentiality. So, and I'm in, like I said, I'm in an office suite where even if I'm not there, 2 of us are there every day of the week, and we all share a space already. So it's like, oh, so what are you gonna do? You're gonna put somebody from a completely different unit at my desk because I'm only working 2 days a week? Come on.
Right.
So, oh, I got punched. Did you die? Yeah, you
Dude,
died.
this level is never ending, man.
No, I think this is the 7th level, so I think this is, if we're gonna stick to our schedule, I think this is the last one for us tonight. Yeah,
Okay.
based on what we had talked about before. If it helps at all,
Yeah.
like this being the last one.
Is this getting towards the end of this level, like where we're at? It
I
has to be.
think so. There is an end.
There's an end. Oh god. You're on your own, buddy.
I'm never on my own. I've got Cortana. Oh, as I did it, I saw the grenades on the ground, and I was like, why'd you do that, you idiot? Really? Like, I literally, the frag grenade I threw blasted another frag grenade into my face. I'd have been fine.
Oh god.
I don't know how carefully you were studying what I was doing there, but it was working.
It was working, but my key review was not advantageous to actually study what you were doing. Oh my god. So you did beat this on Legendary and then got killed too and started the Legendary and you were like, fuck it.
No, I made it to where we were on the Covenant ship, like world or level, I don't know, 3, 2, something like that. I had beat it before on the Xbox. I beat all of them up through Halo 4 solo on Legendary on the original platforms, but not on the Master Chief Collection because I'm old and slow.
So would you say now are you more of a PlayStation person now or more of an Xbox person now? I mean, I know you're like pretty much if you had to give yourself a label, would you be more Xbox or more PlayStation?
I don't really play on either now, to be completely honest. I mean, I own an Xbox 360. I own a PS4. I don't think I've played either one of them since we bought our house last year.
Wow. Okay.
So, yeah.
But you could go either way, right?
Yeah, it would just depend on, if there was some game that I absolutely had to have, I'd buy the system for it. Honestly, what I'm waiting for is that ridiculously expensive Steam Deck. I pre-ordered a Steam Deck, and they tricked me because when they first announced them, they either neglected to mention or I neglected to notice that they all had an SD card slot built in. So when I was looking at the original stats for it, I was like, oh, well, shit. I guess I got to get the top tier one, the $650 one, because I literally own games on Steam that won't fit on the base system's hard drive. And when you pre-order it, you pre-order a specific model, and then you get put on a list. And by the time I realized there was an SD card slot, it was like months later, and I didn't want to get pushed back on the list. So I was like, well, I guess I'm getting the $600 one. Which luckily isn't supposed to come out until like October or later. So I've got some time to work on it.
What are you gonna play on that thing?
Honestly, probably the same stuff I normally play streaming. I just would like to have it for when I'm out of town and stuff. That's the only time I really play. Like, I have a Switch, and I only own like maybe 5 games for it. And the only time I really play it is like if it's the holidays or something, and we go to Calrea's family's house, because it's like a 2-hour drive, and she usually drives. Now she always drives because she drives an SUV, and I drive a little sports car. So anytime we gotta take the cats with us, she's driving. But it's like a 2-hour drive, and she's not a talkative person, so I occupy my time with the handheld. And then when we're there, believe it or not, I know you're gonna find this hard to believe, I'm not the most social person. Really and truly, like if I'm just around people, like I could just talk about how I got my cats for an hour. But if I'm like actually in a place with people, eventually I will grow tired of being in that place with people, and I need to go somewhere else that's like quiet and separate myself for a while.
Oh yeah, I do the same thing.
So I'll have it, so like I'll leave it downstairs, and they have like an in-law suite in their basement, and I'll leave it down there, and I'll play on it, if I get a little too overwhelmed and I need some time to myself, I'll go down there for a couple of hours. Or in the mornings, if there's nothing going on or somebody's sleeping in, I'll play it on the couch or something. But it's it's basically something to occupy me when I'm not at home. What about you? What model of Steam Deck did you pre-order?
I did not. I've only heard of the Steam Deck. At first, I thought you said Stream Deck, like you were getting like one of those push button things to kind of like manually operate your stream.
Oh.
But no, I've only heard of the Steam Deck. I've not pre-ordered a $650 one. I haven't pre-ordered any of them. But I don't know. I don't know too much about Steam. I have a Steam account, but it was mostly just to play Grounded with Yevli. Yevli is like a huge Grounded streamer, and I found out that Grounded was on Xbox, so I was like, alright, cool, let's like jump in a game, and like she has like her own world that's like she's been crafting for a long time.
Oh, I've seen her play a little bit, where she's got like zip lines that go clean across the stage, and yeah,
exactly. So I opened up a Steam account just to be able to connect with her so that we could do the crossplay. But I haven't really played anything on Steam yet, so I don't even know how it works. Like, is it it's just, is it different than like just buying a game and downloading it and hitting, open? Like, is there something different about it?
No, not really. I mean, they've got extra things where, like, depending on the game, they'll have like workshop mods. So, like, for instance, when I play Rings of Power, they don't actually have Rings of Power on Steam. They've got the Sega Genesis Classics collection on Steam, and they actually support, as part of Steam, people can make mods for games, and you can search by the base game, or you can search by the mod or whatever, and you can find mods for games. So, like, you can get, like, that's honestly the one really unusual thing compared to consoles, is like, you're not going to download the Sega Master Collection on Xbox 360 and there be a tab where you can have it, you can just literally download a mod that turns Comic Zone into Rings of Power. Where it's shifting the game into a completely different ROM. Like, that's the biggest difference. And the fact that you can see what other people are playing. Like, I'm friends with people on there, and I can see, like, oh, Odre, Megami, and Penguin Slugger all bought this game. Let me look at it, and I can click on it and see it. So it basically is just, for somebody who doesn't spend a lot of time looking at gaming news anymore, it's easier for me to find the things that I would like to play, because it keeps track of, like, what kind of stuff are you buying, what kind of stuff do you play, and it gives you suggestions and things like that. As far as actually playing the game, no, you just buy it, and then there's a library, and there's little pictures for all the covers, and there's a list of the games on the side, and if you want to play, you click it and say play, and you go.
How does it work with, like, mods and stuff like that? Because I know for, like, some of the groups that I'm in for Fallout, like, there's a lot of issues with, like, trying to mod when you're in Steam versus not. Like, I don't know how heavy you mod any games, but I heard there was, like, issues with that.
I don't generally mod games, like, at all, other than, just like a flat out, this game is not this game, it's another game instead type thing, which I only do for the Sega Genesis collection, just so I can have, like, an extra 30 Sega games to play.
Right.
But as far as I know, it would be just like trying to mod an actual PC game in a lot of cases. Like, it would create, like, the games, all of the games I have on Steam have, like, folders in my Steam folder. Like, I can go in, I can edit files, I can do. Some of them might be locked for editing and things like that. Like, they might have, like, put in stuff to restrict it, but for the most part, there's a lot of times, actually, one of the great things about it is if you play a game that you buy a game and you're like, damn, I can't get this thing to play. Like, I paid $5 for it, and I really want to play Jade Empire, but it's not working for me, and I can't figure out why. There's people in the community that are like, hey, this is what you need to do, and they will give you step-by-step instructions on how to, like, go into your folders, mod the files, and be able to play that game on your computer, stuff like that. That's the biggest thing, is just having, like, the community engagement, where if there's something wrong with your game, it's a lot easier to fix it. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to just blast your entire fleshy body with a full old barrel of buckshot. Well, I'm dead.
Oh, we gotta be coming towards the end. We've done on this level.
I think it's like 3 more floors.
No way.
No, I honestly have no idea. I like it because it's very impulse buy friendly, obviously, but there's always stuff going on sale, and it's very easy to just be like, I have Final Fantasy 5 and 6 and 8 and 9, and the game, Steam lets me know anytime any Square Enix game goes on sale, they're like, hey, we saw you like Final Fantasy, just so you know, this game's on sale. So, like, it's like, you know, just that's one of the things. I know a lot of people don't like the, you know, targeted ads and things like that, and it does get a little irritating in most cases, but specifically with Steam, I do not mind them, you know, making a note of my tastes and things and being like, hey, would you like to play this? Because I have never gotten an advertisement for a 2K sports game. I have never gotten an you know, I've never got, no offense to you, I've never gotten an advertisement for Call of Duty because I've literally never looked at Call of Duty on Steam. So they're like, oh, we're not going to waste his time with that, which is nice. And like, you know, and that's you know how I find things like King's Quest. And then I bought King's Quest, and they're like, you got King's Quest. Here's some other games like this you might like, and they start recommending Monkey Island and stuff like that to me, you know. Right. I like it. I had never used it. I literally got Steam because I found out that they had The Last Remnant, which was a kind of an unknown Square Enix RPG. That is.
Which one is it?
The Last Remnant.
Okay, yeah, I've never heard of that one.
It's so weird. Like, so originally they released it on the Xbox 360. And then there were some issues with it. The game was originally advertised as supporting like up to 25 units in combat. You'll have to see it played sometime. It's hard to explain exactly how combat works in that game. But basically, like, you could have up to 25 units, up to 6 leaders. And it's like, oh, okay, that's really cool. It turns out the Xbox 360 can't handle the full fury of The Last Remnant. So then they released it on PC, and they fixed all the bugs that were on the 360 version. And then they released it on the PS3. And then they did a remastered version on the PS4. And then they put it on Switch, and they took it off all those other platforms, and now you can't buy it on PC anymore. Like, I got Steam because I found out, like, that Steam had the good PC version of The Last Remnant, which I had never been able to play when I was younger. And, like, I literally play a game that I would stream it a lot when I first started streaming. Kid Vargs watched me play it a lot. He always asked me, when are you going to play that? When are you going to play more Last Remnant? And you literally, like, go to the page now, and the page doesn't exist anymore. It's like, we're sorry, this game is no longer available. But I've still got it. But that was why I started using Steam, was basically Last Remnant, and then that year for Christmas, they were giving away free copies of Left 4 Dead 2. And Left 4 Dead 2 had been out for a few years at that point, but, like, back on the 360... I played a lot of Left 4 Dead 2 because I was unemployed for a good stretch there, where I was basically doing like contract work, so I'd like just not work for 2 weeks and I'd just be playing Left 4 Dead with people. Right. So I was like, yeah, Left 4 Dead.
When does the Final Fantasy VI remaster come out?
Oh, it's already out.
It's already out. Okay.
The Pixel remaster, it came out in February. I'm actually planning to stream that in about a month. I'm gonna do either one or two more retro RPGs before I play that one, because I think I was telling you before, I'm planning to do like not all the Final Fantasies because that would be horrible, but I'm gonna do like 4 of them that are like, you know, from my childhood. Like we talked about that because I was saying like Final Fantasy VIII I probably wouldn't want to play except for the fact that I had it as a kid and I never got to beat it, so I want to beat it, you know. But yeah, it's out. And honestly, I was pleasantly surprised because Final Fantasy VI, I've owned Final Fantasy VI on like 4 different platforms, and not all of those were good releases of Final Fantasy VI. And I was thinking it was going to be like a port of that shit-tastic smartphone version they did. But when I played the Final Fantasy V Pixel remaster, it was actually a really good remaster. Like, it felt like somebody took the PlayStation 1 like Final Fantasy Anthology version of it, which was better than the Super Nintendo version or Super Famicom version, and they like tweaked it, updated the graphics a little bit, made it run smoother, that kind of thing. Like it felt like a good remaster. So I'm very excited about the 6 remaster as a result. Oh.
Wait, are you dead?
Yeah.
Oh god, now I'm dead.
That's okay, we're right at a checkpoint, so.
Yeah, and I'm hearing music, which is usually a good sign.
No rings.
Yeah, funny enough, my brother actually was in the same position you were. So he just had a kid, and he had 3 cats. And it was like the hardest thing for him to do was like to get rid of the cats, because there was like no way he could have 3 cats and have a kid running around.
Oh.
So he slowly but surely, like he gave one of his cats to our other brother, but then he had to give the other 2 away to like a little shelter. But he said it was like super hard for him.
Yeah, that would never happen with us. I can tell you right now, none of those cats is ever gonna not be ours. Like,
Right.
we wouldn't be able to do that. Which is why we're like, we just gotta wait for them to die so we can have a kid. Which is really fucking depressing. But especially since, I mean, Julius, we brought he was born, he was an outside cat. We brought him in when he was 6 months old, but that was like a hard 6 months where we were feeding him and petting him and playing with him and like really wanted to bring him in. And finally I was just like, you know what, fuck it, we've already got 3 cats or 3 pets. It's not like they can kick us out twice because we have 2 pets more than the limit, like, you know.
Right.
And I basically got Calrea good and plastered and was like, let's go get some pizza. Like literally just like fed her some alcoholic beverages and was like, do you want to get some Little Caesars? And she's like, yeah, let's go. Like, all right, you got to ride with me. And then we drove and got the Little Caesars, and you know, Julius would always chill around the bottom of the steps. That was just where he hung out, because that's where we would come to feed him and pet him and stuff. And he was waiting for us when we came down the steps, and I petted him, and I was like, you got to stay here, buddy. And I went and got the pizza, and we came back, and he was still just chilling there. I was like, I didn't call her Calrea, but I told Calrea, I'll get the pizza, you grab Julius. She was like, what? We'd already named him before he lived with us. Like, I said, you grab Julius. She's like, are you serious? I said, yeah, fucking grab him before he runs off. Bring him upstairs. And she's like, oh my god. Okay. It just grabbed him and brought him inside. And like, as soon as we brought him in the house and sat down on the couch with him, he just melted. It was like, you could just see like all the tension. Like he wasn't like scared being carried inside, but he was just like, huh, this is new. They don't normally carry me up the stairs. I've been up there, so I'm not afraid.
Right.
And then we brought him inside, and he was like, whoa, what? And then we put him on the couch between us, and we're petting him, and you could just see all the tension leave his body, and it never came back. For 2 solid years, he's just been the most chill-ass cat.
Right.
So I can't even imagine just being like, sorry, Julius, you know, and then taking him to a shelter or giving him away to somebody. I'm getting a little teary-eyed just thinking about it.
Yeah.
So I can imagine that was really hard for your brother. No judgment. I mean, everybody's life circumstances are different, you know.
Yeah.
So. I will also say that like we basically decided on the spur of the moment to start looking for a house because we had it out with the apartment people over the cats and over that lady, and I was just like, you know what, fuck them, let's just buy a house. Like our rent, you know, our lease is up in 6 months anyway. Let's just start looking. And once we had found, like we got extremely lucky. This was right before the housing exploded. Like,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, did you enter the market when it was like scorching hot?
The house that I live in now was the second house we looked at. The first time we put down an offer, they rejected it. They took another offer, and the offer fell through. And we were looking at another house when we got the notification on the little real estate website, like a new house has been posted in your area. And we looked and we were like, oh my God, it's the same house. And we put in an offer that night, and they accepted it because they were in a bad situation. They really wanted to get out of the house because I think like the husband was already working. It was like already living in Germany. He was in the armed forces. The wife was here. They needed to sell the house. We gleaned that they were actually in the process of buying a house in Germany, and they needed the money from this house sale to buy that house, so they got stuck. But they accepted our offer the first week in November, and we didn't move in until the 15th of March because there were problems with the house. And as there were problems with the house, and they were finding out that they were going to have to shell out money to fix it before they could sell us the house, the housing market blew up. And like they were literally like telling us through their realtor, you can walk away whenever you want. And I'm like, or we could report you to the Better Housing Bureau and the Department of Health for trying to sell a house with a non-functioning septic system. So you can either sell it to us or it can be condemned. Which is it going to be? You know. But end of story. After all of that, we ended up with a really nice house that we got for a steal, based on its size and location. And immediately, like during the time when the house was like being worked on, they were replacing the septic system and stuff. That was when the housing market blew up. Like basically, they took our offer in November, the first week in November, and by mid-December, they were talking about how the cost of lumber and other materials was driving housing prices up like 20 and 30%.
Yeah, exactly.
But they'd already accepted our offer.
Wow.
So
you got it just at the right time.
yeah, so fuck them. We were willing to wait as long as we needed to wait to get this house. The first house we saw, we hated. Then the second, we saw this house second, and every house after this, we were comparing it to this house, and none of them stacked up. So this was definitely the one for us. We got really lucky. And that's part of the reason we were able to have 6 cats is because like our apartment was 1,100 square feet. 6 cats, 1,100 square feet, and most of our stuff was packed in boxes for 6 months. That sucked.
Right.
That sucked. I was miserable. She was miserable. The cats were miserable. But when we brought them here, after like the second day they were here and they realized they weren't leaving, like their attitudes completely shifted. They were way less, snarky with each other and all of that. So
Yeah.
we wouldn't be able to go back to a small apartment with all these cats. That'd probably be the reason we wouldn't be able to keep them. Something happened with the house,
You got friendly with the neighbors, bringing them like a Jello bowl and having block parties.
Well, the neighbors behind us, the neighbor next to us we're friendly with because one of the reasons Calrea liked the house so much is because when we came to see it, the first time we toured it, Calrea has a special love for corgis, and our neighbor has an older corgi named Walden that is quite large. And I was like, oh, look, corgi. And she was like, what? And I said, look, there's a corgi right there. And she's like, oh my God. So she made friends with that neighbor really quickly, and like she runs out there and pets him and stuff and plays with him. The people that live behind us, funnily enough, our house was built in the 70s. Our neighborhood, like the development started being built in the 70s through like the mid 80s. Our house was the second house in the development that was completed. The house behind us was the first house, and the original owner just passed away in November. She had 5 kids. She lived there until this past November. One of her children married one of the children of the original owner of our house.
Oh wow.
So like, basically the guy that used to live in our house owned a lawn care business, and one of the sons of the house back there used to come over and help him out with his business, but really it was more he was trying to ogle the daughter when she was sunbathing in the backyard kind of thing. So they were very keenly interested to meet us. They are very nice people. On the other side, we've only spoken to him once. His dogs, he had like a very young German Shepherd and a couple of little French Bulldog mixes that I guess they dug under the fence and they all got out and came in our yard and we brought them back to him. And then across the street, they don't speak English, which is fine, but I've just never met them because they don't speak English. Like, I went over there and was like, hey, how's it going? And then they all just kind of like looked at each other. And then one of the kids was like, my mom doesn't speak English. And so I met like the youngest daughter of the family across the street. But other than that, I've never talked to any of them. It's a good house, though. Good neighborhood overall. Can't complain.
Man, that was a journey. Holy crap.
Which part? The story or the story or the level?
The level.
Just listening to me talk nonstop for 5 solid hours about literally anything. Actually, exactly 5 hours. 5 hours and 36 seconds.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's gotten me through these levels, man. Like, your stories have carried the stream, carried my experience through these. What? How many levels did we do? Like, only 2?
We did 3.
We did 3, okay.
Yeah. And look, now we get to go back to the snow level.
Oh my god. Well, that'll be next Friday or next whatever. You got the tub stream next Friday or?
Next Friday is going to be the arcade stream, yeah.
Right. Okay.
And then the Friday after that, I'm free. If you can't do the Friday after that, I can flip them around. It's not a big deal. But that's what I had scheduled an arcade for next Friday.
Okay. We'll just play it by ear. I gotta see what next week looks like anyway.
Okay.
Holy crap.
Unfortunately, my usefulness to
He said, what a journey.
with my classification to perform a task as important as the reunification.
Yeah, so like all the campaigns that I played, I never played Legendary. And
Yeah.
now I understand why people get frustrated with it.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't imagine doing this solo. Like,
it's exactly like co-op, except all the enemies are only coming after you, and every time you die, you have to restart. You never have a chance to get respawned.
Yeah. Oh, that's frustrating. Yeah, I can see why you can go through a controller or two. Just going through that process.
But yeah, it has the potential to be quite ragey, but it's been fun. I've pretty much, I mean, other than a couple of points where I was like, all right, guys, let's actually do, like, I've just kind of turned my brain off and just talked about whatever, came up. So
Yeah. I think that's how to do it. I think we unlocked the secret.
yep.
We gotta turn our brain off and just like zombie our way through it.
I shall purge you at once.
How dare you?
Do what? I have the index. You can just float and sputter.
That's right. Guilty Spark.
So I
Go
figured
down.
out a way where,
The flood
like,
is
I
spreading.
can,
If we activate Halo's
like, if I
defenses,
want to use the actual
You
cutscenes
have no
Mhm.
for like the videos that I'm gonna make,
Why the Forerunner
I'm just gonna
do.
get the actual cutscenes from like YouTube or something and
Their food.
fold them into
Humans, color, whatever.
the videos I'm making, so that there's no dialogue between us
The
during
only
them.
way to
Mhm.
But I
stop
mean,
the
like,
flood is
after the experience of making that first video,
That's exactly
there was
what
like only
Halo
one
is
cutscene that I
designed
really
to
wanted to put in
do.
there.
Wipe the galaxy
I'm sure there was
of
more,
all
but there was like
sentient
after
life.
getting like 5 minutes of video that I did want to use, there was still 4 hours left of video that I could have gone through, and I'm like, all right, I don't need to do all that. I just need to like summarize the story basically.
Yeah, see, that's the other reason we got to do it every other week is because you need to be able to go back and actually watch the entire 5-hour stream to find the bits you want.
Yeah, I would say that would definitely help. I felt that. I mean, like this is not, mandatory to do, obviously. But it was something I really wanted to do, just make a video. But I felt like I was in a time crunch doing it.
Yeah.
But it was mostly because of work and school. I mean, like if I didn't have school
I'm picking up
and I
Nemo.
just like finished work, I could totally work on a video for a couple hours a night.
Right now.
That would be no problem. So yeah, like every other week or every week and a half is probably like a good pace. Although how far into combat evolved would you say we are, like percentage wise?
70%. That was last time. Remember, we finished up. We did 4 levels, and you had said that was kind of like a bit much. And I said, well, why don't we've done 4 of 10 levels, so why don't we just do 3 next time and then 3 the time after that? Because as I predicted, the longer into the game you get, the longer each level gets. So now we're at like, oh well, I'm dead. Oh, this is gonna suck when we start this stage up next time.
Look out.
Here, I'm gonna just quit. I'm gonna quit out of this. So we've got 3 levels left. That's it. We've got this one, and then we've got, I think, keys, and then what's the other one? Yeah, 7 of 10 completed. We got 2 betrayals, keys, and the maw, and then we're done.
Okay, so then the next stream will be the end of Combat Evolved.
In theory.
In theory.
In theory.
Cool, and then we can jump into Halo 2. I can't wait to get to Halo 2 because I want to see some of these parts you got to where it was just like beyond frustrating.
Oh yeah.
I fully anticipate that they are going to be that, but after going through this, I can only imagine what that's like.
Looking at the rest of these, Halo 2 is actually the longest in terms of levels. Halo 2 has 15 levels, Reach has 12, and then 3 ODST each have 11. Halo 4 has 10. So for the time being, it might just be the way to do it is just say, all right, we're going to do 3 levels, and then when we're done, you know?
Yeah.
And if you do that, that's 1, 5, so that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. If we're playing every other week, yeah, it'll be the end of the year before we finish all of these. Because you figure if you say, okay, well, we're going to play every other week, then that's 2 months to beat Halo Reach.
Right.
You know?
Okay. Well, there'll probably be some times, too, where we can play it by ear. Maybe do, like, one on a Monday and one on a Friday and kind of get ahead of ourselves a little bit as far as the schedule goes.
And I will also say that some of these levels are not actually like real levels. Like, for instance, Halo Reach, the final level, Lone Wolf, you can literally finish immediately by throwing a grenade at the ground, and you've beaten the level. So.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, if it works, I'm on board.
Yeah. No spoiler. I'm just saying, like, there's some of these quote unquote levels are like a cinematic or something. Like it's just a long movie at the beginning of the game.
Right. Cool. All right. Well, we got a plan.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm gonna frickin' take a shower and eat something. That's what I'm gonna do.
Go cry.
Yeah, I'm gonna go hide in the corner in a fetal position.
Oh no, you can't hide in the corner in a fetal position until level 9 is done.
All right, I'll save that one for next time then.
Yeah, there you go. Well, it was fun, man. I look forward to the next one. Like I said, I'll be in touch.
Yep. I'll probably stay tomorrow over an Arrow stream.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, I will see you then later.
All right, man. Take care. Have a good one.
Bye. All right, everybody. So it was a little slow getting started, but that was like a good 5 hours of Halo co-op goodness with Legate Lanius Jr., who is, as you heard, an awesome person, awesome streamer. I consider myself, I don't like to use the word blessed, but I'll say I consider myself very lucky to have met him because now I get to enjoy these, fun games with all of you and with him. So let me just give him a quick shout out real quick so you guys can give him a follow if you haven't already. Hey, look at that. He plays stuff like Halo the Master Chief Collection over on his channel. it's been a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to the next one. But for now, let's see who we can follow. Let's see who we can, or not follow. Let's see who we can raid. Let's see. Super Princess Sequoia is playing Super Mario Bros. 3. I haven't invaded her in a while. Oh look, Legate Lanius is on. Oh, and Power Word's playing Rings of Power. Yeah, we're gonna go see Power Word Nerd. Let's see how long he's been playing for. He literally just started. Oh, he's gonna be excited. Everybody check out Power Word Nerd. He is playing, actually, like, not even joking, my favorite game, Rings of Power. You heard me mention it multiple times tonight. It is a really long-form, open-world RPG. It has been well described by members of my streams, or members of my community, as Skyrim for the Sega Genesis. So we're going to go hit him up. I'm going to be back Monday with a brand new stream of either Golden Sun or some RPG. It's going to be a retro RPG. I haven't decided which one yet, but not Final Fantasy VI. That's coming in the future. So, thank you everybody one last time for being here. As always, I love you. You're phenomenal. And until next time, stay healthy, stay safe out there, y'all. Later.